Hello, chatters. How are you? I'm very quickly going to send out an alert. Gen 2 time. Gen 2 time. Fire Emblem? I think so. Oh, it does not seem to be happening. Is the chat not working? Interesting. Oh, nope, now it's working. Fire Emblem for sure. Maybe it just took a second. It took a second, it was thinking. Hannibal! Yeah, so that's the only character in Gen 2 with a front-facing portrait. And I thought it was important to the spirit of Lex to keep it as a front-facing portrait. Everyone else has a sideways portrait. Or, like, you know, an angled portrait or something. Hannibal's the only front-facer. Rip Lex. We honor his legacy, Ghost Lex. I mean, there's no sprite of Ghost Lex, though. That's the only character in Gen 2. Hannibal solo incoming. Hannibal solo incoming. Alright. The Battle of Valhalla had sent nearly all of Granvale's most influential leaders into an early grave. All according to his plans, this left Lord Arvis as the sole ruling power to the kingdom, seizing the throne and its future with both hands. Shortly after, with larger goals of unifying the continent under one banner, he orchestrated invasions of the opposing kingdoms of Celeste and Leonster. Upon the downfall of both nations, Arvis, met with overwhelming support from the people, becomes the first emperor of the new Granvale Empire. The flow of time continues evermore, and now 17 years have passed since the Battle of Valhalla. Ardent crowds which used to hail his name have now turned weary and suffer under Emperor Arvis's oppressive rule. Likewise, in the other realms, under its control, Granvale has imposed itself onto the lives of the common people, now forced to live as little more than slaves. One such place is the former kingdom of Isaac. Here, Granvale's tyranny pushes the civilians into their breaking point. Edain of Granvale's House Dozel serves as Isaac's king, a despotic man like his father Lord Lombard before him. While Isaacians find themselves bound in servitude, Edain lives a life of pleasure, drowning himself in all the finer luxuries of Rabaut Palace. Edain's second son, Yuchar, occupies Castle Isaac, and his youngest, Yuchibara, occupies Sofala. Moreover, the remote lands of Gansha lie under the watch of General Harold, the king's most trusted confidant. The relentless struggle of the common man wears on day by day. However, in spite of it all, hope yet lives in the heart of Isaac's people. In the northern hidden village of Tiranog, Prince Shanan's liberation army assembles, growing in both strength and numbers with each passing day. And among these young warriors is one whom the people of Isaac call the Scion of Light, the boy exalted as the one true heir, one true crown prince of Granvale. Positioned to be the young leader of the Liberation Army, his name is Seliph. My name is Jeff! Yo, Javier. Oh, I'm gonna have to have y'all vote on Johan and Yo Javier. You're gonna pick the shitty fucking infantry unit, aren't you? Harold, have you fettered out the rebels yet? Or are you content to leave them unchecked for the rest of their days? Shannon and his rebel ilk.
Thomas Quack has just tipped $5. Lusharba / Ja Alvier bidding.
Wait, bidding war? Oh! Wait, that's so smart! Yo! That's so smart! Bidding war! Bidding war! Yo Javier versus Johan bidding war. Yes. Hold on. Let's make the Hannibals invisible. And we can have a you're so fucking smart. Okay. Hannibals are going away for the time being. And we'll have a Johan versus Yo Javier bidding war. I have to set it up real quick. $5 on there. Yeah, I gotta set up the images first real quick. Okay, Johan. Here's Johan. And then we need Yo Javier. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Or Uchibara for the old translation. Hold on. We're setting this up. We're doing it live, okay? We're doing it live. Go like there. And then properties. Transform. Flip horizontal. Perfect. Okay, and now we go image. No, not image. Text. Johan dollar. We have 5. Copy, paste, duplicate. All right, bidding war activated. Let me just... There we go. Okay, bidding war activated. Fucking... This is how we will determine which fucking shitty axe unit we get access to. Okay.
Shannon and his rebel ilk are growing stronger by the day, and now they will hamper us at every turn. And as if that wasn't enough, they harbor the spawn of Sigurd the Traitor. The very existence of this scum utterly defies the authority of the Isaacyan throne. How do you expect me to explain this sorry state to his Imperial Majesty?
1,000 apologies, Your Highness, but everything is already under control. The rebel hideout has been found. And even as we speak, an army is on its way to crush them. Those vile mice have nowhere to run. By sundown, not a single one will be breathing.
Oh, very well. But be warned, Harold. Don't even think of underestimating them. Most of the rebels are too young to pose a threat, but they still have Oifi and Shannon. Those two alone are extremely dangerous. Dismissing them would be a fatal mistake.
Yes, sir, I'm aware. But I've already had Tiranog, the rebel hideout, surveyed in secret. And it appears that neither of them are anywhere in sight. It's safe to assume they are currently absent, sir.
What? Then why are we still talking about this? Send the order to move in on Tiranog immediately. The people of Isaac are treating these rebels as they are some sort of heroes for freedom, but it's high time they learn the error of their ways. Kill them! Kill them all! I'll be waiting back at rebut. I expect nothing but good news!
We have a problem, Lord Salif. It looks like the Empire's finally caught on to our whereabouts. A brigade set out from Ganshia, and they seem to be headed our way. Ugh, Dalvan, why are you so surprised? Did you really think our little hideout wouldn't be found sooner or later? Let them come, I say. It only makes the battle easier for us. It'll be the easiest thing in the world to just walk right over to Ganshia and pick them off as we go. You gotta be kidding! Prince Shannon's still off trying to find the 8th shrine, and Oifi and the others aren't back yet? It's just us two against the entire army. Surely you can't think this'll end well. I don't care. You can sit here and be as scared and witless as you want, but I'm not letting a chance like this pass. The prince still treats us like helpless children, but come on! We've had more than enough training. We're ready for real action. But I'm not gonna run anymore. I'm sick to death of sitting here while those monsters butcher our friends. Or worse, the Empire's thugs are still out there, snagging any girl they see. If Prince Shannon hadn't come for me that day, I'd be another one of them, dead or wishing I was. I won't forgive or forget their plan. No, that's not it, Serende. You're right, it's horrible and all, but you're wary of engaging the enemy out of concern for my safety, aren't you, Dalvan? Most likely, I presume Shannon would have given you strict orders to keep me safe. After all, if Shannon had not given such an order, you'd already be out there in the fray. To not be thirsting for a good battle just isn't the Dalvan I know. Oh, that's right. Sorry, sir. I was hoping we didn't have to involve you. I'm no child anymore either, Serende. If you two plan to fight, then I plan to fight by your side. There's more at stake today than only the resistance. What of Tiranog? We owe so much to its people, I refuse to abandon them at such a critical hour. But we've no time to waste debating this. Lana, stay behind to help the citizens. We'll engage the foe in the western gully. Wait, my lord, I'm coming too! I cannot permit that, Lana. A cleric such as yourself is ill-suited for such a battlefield. This is my fight too. You won't convince me any more than you could convince Serende. Every day I think of the Empire can't get more cruel, and every day I'm proven wrong. They prey on weak and vulnerable, as if snuffing out lives is a sport to them. I can't sit quietly and accept this. I may not be able to fight, but I have my own way of defending everyone. My apologies, Lana. You're absolutely right. The battle for Isaac's freedom rests upon us all. Very well. We shall all go together. How this will turn out, I cannot say. But we owe it to all of Isaac to give this battle no less than our best. Yes, my lord, and, sorry, I shouldn't have spoken so brashly. You've nothing to apologize for. Now, Dalvan, Serende, Lana, the time has come. Move out! Hold on 1 second. Let's just take care of you. See ya. Bye. Thanks for stopping in. Alright. So, gonna do some unit reviews. I do not have the substitutes growths, like, memorized. So, let me quickly pull them up on Oifibot, just because, you know, I think it's relevant. I have my general ideas about the substitutes, but it's Dalvan and Serinde, right? Are they the ones we currently have? Dalvan. Dalvin. Whoops. FE4, Dalvan, and Serinde at Oifibot. FE4. Creedne. Alright, so the way that I'm going to do Gen 2 unit reviews is later this year, hopefully later this year, there will be a tier list, like an FE4 tier list coming out on my channel, and that's going to go over the various pairings possible and sort of like evaluate a unit and be like, you know, this is what Lex Ayra would be like, this is Holland Ayra, you know, let's take a look at different possible pairings. In this instance, though, we have specific pairings for our specific units, and so for the unit review, I'm just going to be talking about the pairing we got. So, in our case, this is Midir Lana. Right here, this is Midir Lana. So I'm only going to be talking about Midir Lana. I won't be talking about the utility that she can bring to the table as, like, a Claude child or an Azel child or those sorts of things. I will instead just be highlighting the specific one we have. Because, like, the unit reviews are less in-depth, right? If you are interested in pairings that I'm not talking about in this stream or this video compilation, just, you know, subscribe, look for the fucking tier list when it comes out, hopefully towards the end of this year. I'm also working on a Radiant Dawn one, so no promises. Those are the two lists that I'm currently working on, and patrons have voted for me to prioritize Radiant Dawn, so I will be prioritizing that one. Anyway, unit reviews. Seliph. Seliph's really fucking good. Probably the best unit in Gen 2. So, he starts out as a Lordling instead of a Lord, or a Bounty Lord, or whatever Sigurd's class is in this new translation. Which means that he is unpromoted. He only has sword access, and he doesn't have a horse, so he's only gonna have 6 move, and he's not gonna have Canto until he gets to level 20 and promotes, at which point he becomes Sigurd's class. He gets the extra stats from Sigurd's class, he gets the horse, he gets lance access, which is nice for javelins, basically just javelins, but I guess Horse Slayer as well. It's basically just javelin access, though, that matters. The big thing that makes Seliph good is a term that I dub Seliph Syndrome, which is where there's a unit that you give a ton of favoritism. You'll notice that I had him inherit the Paragon Ring, I had him inherit 3 stat boosting rings, including the Leg Ring, the Brave Sword, which has 48 kills on it right now, the Thief Sword to help him get money, so that's like a ton of favoritism, but he's sort of the best person to give that favoritism, both because once he grows up and becomes a Sigurd Lord, he can kill the boss and seize all in one fell swoop, which is super useful, but also because Tearfing, which he will get towards the end of Chapter 10, is really nice in that it gives a 20 res bonus, and Endgame is full of magical enemies and status staff, so having that super high resistance is really nice, just for not getting put to sleep, being able to shrug off Midir, shrug off Fenrir, that sort of stuff. It's also just really easy to hand in the best stuff because Sigurd is so dominant in Gen 1 that Sigurd gets a ton of gold, he gets a ton of items for free. I think Sigurd is the best user of the Brave Sword because I tend to think of Gen 1 as the gen where you're setting up weapons, you're getting kills on weapons, and so you want to get kills on the good weapons, you're going to give them to your best units. That's usually Sigurd, sometimes Lachesis, sometimes, well, not Lex because he doesn't have axes, or he just has axes. So, like, Quan is another one, and that's one of the reasons why, like, Altena gets good stuff sometimes, but as far as Seliph is concerned, it's just really easy for him to get these items because Sigurd gets them basically for free. And he also uses them arguably the best. Giving favoritism to the Lord is barely favoritism. I mean, in some games I would say it is. You know, like Ike, Roy, Elliewood, Erica. You know, the Lords who can be good with favoritism, but don't necessarily end up better than other people. No, maybe Roy and Erica were bad examples there. But there are some games where, like, giving the Lord super favoritism helps them skyrocket, but not necessarily better than other people. But at the same time, in this one, I do think that there is a huge benefit to being the Lord. And to being able to, basically, once you seize a castle, it eliminates all the foes associated with that castle. So this castle right here, this is Castle Ganesha. If we kill the boss of Ganesha and seize in the same action, which once Selif's promoted he can because he has Kanto, all these guys disappear. So functionally, Selif kills one person and wipes out an entire battalion. And in that manner, it's really nice to just sort of give him the favoritism to be able to do that, because he can kill one guy and just, boom, everyone else is dead too. Plus, you need to get him to the castle anyway. Like, he needs to seize, and he will get good if you train him, so you might as well. As opposed to, like, you know, 11 Martha Roy, where they need to seize, but let's be for real, they're never gonna be fucking dominant. So I don't necessarily think it's just because he's the Lord that makes the favoritism earned, because there's other people who I would say benefit from Selif syndrome that aren't Lords. Sort of the iconic example, and I think it's overstated both in terms of how much favoritism she needs and how much she benefits from it, but Radiant Dawn Jill is a big example of a unit who, like, makes very good use of some favoritism if you pour it into her, and oftentimes has a better argument for that favoritism than others. I would also say Astrid from Path of Radiance, because Paragon increases bonus experience. So there's, like, non-Lord examples. But yeah. It's just sort of, you know, he makes very good use of favoritism. And then he just fucking steamrolls everything. Not too much to say. He has Nihil, which it means he can't be crit, but, like, enemies very rarely have crit on you. I guess technically the biggest thing about Nihil is once he's promoted, he doesn't take effective damage from horse effective weapons, but I'm struggling to think of very many horse slayers in Gen 2. I think there's a platoon of wyverns in Chapter 9 that has them. But, like, the biggest, most iconic horse slayer is on the boss in Chapter 2, and, like, that's Gen 1, right? So I don't really know. There's probably an instance for Nihil on Selif coming up. It doesn't stop Adept, which is the real shame, because Adept is the most annoying skill on enemies, because that fucking bolting guy has it, which is so stupid. But I don't know, maybe there's some cases for it. I guess if you, I actually, if you, like, pass down, oh no, because it doesn't stop a cost either, because I was thinking, like, red units, right? Like, if you pass down a skill to, like, Brigid's kids, but, like, that doesn't do anything. I can only think of the Ridersman boss in Gen 2, and it's the boss Ayra comes from. Oh, right, yeah, the boss, well, I mean, is Selif, if you hyper-focus Selif, he's probably mounted by then. Yeah, there is that guy, you're right. But yeah, Nihil's kind of a meme in this game, TBQH. Pursuit is nice, though. Like, Pursuit is most important skill in the game. Not the best, I would say Paragon's the best skill in the game, but Pursuit's most important. Speaking of Pursuit, though, the Sword Twins, because they're still Myrmidons, they still have Pursuit. So, unlike most substitutes, they're not, like, so hamstrung by the fact you don't get, like, the original children, right? I will say, like, Serinde is definitely worse than Larcy. You don't have, Astra, and you don't have whatever other skills you can pass down, either, you know, Luna, or Critical, or Accost. Like, the way that Larcy kills people is just by proccing skills, and you stack a bunch of proc skills on her. Serene can't do that because she just has Pursuit, and the raw offenses of a female Myrmidon are not great. She has a 40% strength growth and a 40% speed growth. That's a higher speed growth than Ayra, but as is the case with Ayra, it's basically the speed base that matters. I made the case in Gen 1 that Ayra's combat is not actually all that good. She just sometimes kills things above her weight class with Astra. Serene is basically Ayra, but without Astra. And that's pretty sad. It's not too much of a downgrade, though, because if we're being for real, Larse is not doing much after Chapter 7. There are some jobs for infantry in the Gen 2 chapters and, like, the mid-game and late-game Gen 2 chapters. So, you know, I'll miss not having Astra, but if we're being honest, like, Serene is just gonna be whatever. I'm not heartbroken about this pairing. Dalvan might actually be better than Ulster. The big thing about, I guess I should say, no, the big thing about Serene also is she can't inherit better weapons. She's just got the Iron Blade, which, like, 60 hit is not great. Whereas, like, Larse can get the Silver Sword. You probably don't give her the Brave Sword, but you can give her, like, the Thief Sword. I tend to like to give some of the good swords to Larse, just because she can eventually sell them to Oifi. Whereas here I had to load Seliph up with all the good swords, Seliph and Fee. Just because you can't pass them down to Larse. So, like, one of the bigger things Larse does, basically, is just be a bank, a safety deposit box for Oifi. I believe in 0%, I gave Larse the Thief Sword, had her sell it turn 1, and then Oifi stole, purchased it, which is kind of cool. And Serene can't do that. She's just stuck with the Iron Blade. And if you want to use Larse as a unit, giving her the Silver Blade, or the Silver Sword, or Silver Blade, fuck it, why not Silver Blade? And just having her, like, actually have good combat because of having a good weapon is cool. Dalvan, I think, is better than Ulster. Ulster often struggles to inherit swords unless he specifically has the Gladiator Holland as his father. He's not going to be inheriting too many good weapons, so he misses out on the inheritance that Larse would get. And his stats are just kind of like whatever, the same deal as her. Dalvan is, I mean, chat said Dalvan is bulk focused, but he and Larse both have the same defense growth at 30%, and he only has 10% more HP, so I don't think that's actually true. But he has Vantage, which is kind of cool, and if you give him a crit weapon, then he can do, like, Vantage crit stuff, potentially. He's not so bulky, like, Lex is the bulky Vantage unit, right? Who, he can take a bunch of hits, and then he can kill stuff with Vantage before they hit him even more. Dalvan is kind of a fragile Vantage unit, and his strength growth is only 30%, which is not particularly good, but if you give him a crit weapon, like, I can see him doing stuff with crit Brave Sword or something. Is it the best use of the crit Brave Sword? Abso-fucking-lutely not, but it's more than fucking Ulster does, and it's something. I also think, like, Ulster and Dalvan are units that really only shine in the first two chapters, Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. So, having Vantage in a situation where, let's actually see, how much damage is he dealing? He has 22 attack. These guys have 8 defense, so 22, 8, he's dealing 16 damage, right? Am I doing that math right? No, I'm doing that math wrong. 2, 6, 14 damage. He's doing 14 damage to these guys, so 14, 28, he's 4-rounding them. Wow, okay, never mind. I was going to see if, like, maybe Vantage helped him go from taking 2 hits to taking 1 hit, but no, he 4-hit KOs them, so, like, Vantage doesn't actually save him. Vantage only helps you if you're killing in an odd number of hits. Wow, even against the Chapter 6 units, Vantage doesn't help him. That's really sad. Okay, well, I guess give him a crit weapon if you really want to cope on the Dalvan stuff. The Sword Twins absolutely suck against these guys. I mean, I also think that's the case for Ayra's kids. It's just that sometimes they can get lucky and proc Astra, or you can give them the Silver Sword. Because, like, I don't think Seliph wants the Silver Sword. It's whatever. Wow, the Sword Twin... The Sword subs absolutely suck. That's so sad for him. Yeah, I was trying to be optimistic about Dalvan, but he's probably still better than Ulster, but like, he's probably still better than any Ulster other than specifically Hole in Ulster, because Hole in Ulster can pass down swords. No, I am not fucking coping on the Thunder Sword or the Silver Blade. Yeah, so that's that. Last but not least, certainly fucking not least, Lana. Lana's function in Gen 2, she has two major functions, and I think they're both useful. The less glamorous, less cool one is she's your staff bot for like a chapter and a half, because Nana or Jean will show up in chapter 7, but like is separated from your group, so Lana's really the only healer for a couple of maps. And that's nice. Like, her being a foot healer means that, unlike Edain, who has to contend with the fact she's always facing off against a horse healer, Lana getting a couple of maps where, like, she's the only healer is nice. And she can inherit some good stats. Like, we gave her Restore, we gave her Physic, we gave her Warp, we gave her Heal, we gave her Silence and Sleep. And I gave Bargain to repair them as well. So that's nice. But I think the more glamorous thing is that she can inherit stabs from the Gen 2 people, and she can only inherit B rank stabs, but that's more than Jean can. And since Leaf is going to promote into a Master Knight and get A rank stabs, getting a Physic to be able to hand to Leaf once he promotes, getting a Sleep to hand to Leaf, getting Silence to hand to Leaf, like, there's some good B rank stabs. Sure, it would be nice to get Rescue if you did the appropriate pairing for it, but I still think there's a lot of value in just getting the B ranks early. Also, starting with Physic does help to mitigate the foot unit issues, because she can still contribute from the back lines. You don't get Physic on Edain until, what is it, chapter 3, yeah. Chapter 3 or chapter 2. You don't get it early on, basically, is the point. So just having it, being able to heal people up is pretty nice. Not that much else going on about her. Because we did the Midir pairing, she is not going to have a particularly good magic growth. She gets Pursuit and Onslaught, which is nice if you want to do like magical combat once she promotes, but I think at that point, an infantry mage, like, yeah, there's jobs for infantry, but like, I don't know. By the time you promote Lana, I mean, I still think she's useful as a healer at that point, because she can heal the infantry doing infantry jobs. But, I don't think Combat Lana is the way to go. So, she's aight. The description still has the Gen 1 thing. Does it? I edited the description right before I went live. Nope, it's... Reread the description. You're incorrect. If you want to do a specific Gen 2 pairing, I'll do it for $20. Jealousy has been removed, so no Julia pairings, and I will not do any of the incest pairings. And then underneath, it says Gen 1 pairings, and I listed all of the Gen 1 pairings for anyone who's, like, curious. So it doesn't say the Gen 1 stuff. It just says if you want to pair off Gen 2 people, which, like, because it doesn't have a huge mechanical impact, some of them have lover combos. Julia can have a lover without jealousy. Oh, true! You're right! You're right, we just need to use the 5 thing. Jealousy has... So I'll just say I will not do any of the incest pairings, which upset one of the gamers in the audience. But, you know, we banned them. So, with this, hardy squad... Oh god, these guys are so fucking pathetic. Alright, Seliph goes here. Equip the Thief Sword. I want to start gathering money. There is also, for a couple of people have commented on it, there's a bidding war between Johan, the good unit, and Johalvir, the meme unit. Although I imagine there are some people who think Johalvir is good. I swear to God, we will get to the unit review, but I swear to God, people cope on Bow Arena after 8 levels so hard. It is hilarious. You holding up okay so far, Serende? Yeah, I'm getting by fine. Just be careful out here, okay? Your usual brazen antics will only get you in trouble now. I know. What, you think I'm still a child? So, how about Yuchar and Yuchibara, huh? I just don't get either of them. Ugh, them. They're driving me mad. Creeps like them are why men are the absolute worst. They make me feel sick. Hey, easy there. Not all men are like that. You let the Imperial soldiers' treatment of you make you hate all men for a reason. For no reason. Wow, you don't say? I know it's irrational, but for crying out loud, just being near a man's enough to turn my stomach now. Every man? I guess you and Lord Seliph are okay. What about Shannon then? Ugh, Dalvan. So she gets an extra point of luck, aka one hit. I mean, she'll need it with the fucking Iron Blade. She will need it with the gosh darn dingle darn Iron Blade. Character named Yuchar, that literally means fight in Spanish. So, Johan is an axe cavalier with mediocre stats and a horse. Yohalvir is an axe fighter with mediocre stats and no horse. There's not really a competition. We need to be careful to keep Dalvan below level 10 for his secret event in Chapter 7. But he gets bows on promo. We'll talk about the bow arena, don't worry. Kredna is Kredna. Okay, sorry, I was pronouncing that wrong. I am unfamiliar, so please, if I am pronouncing anything wrong, please correct me. I'm unfamiliar with all of it, you know? That's a bit of a weird Irish one. I do have Irish ancestry, but like, you know, in the same way that all of us fucking Americans, I mean, you know the meme, right? You know the meme of like American with Irish ancestry claiming to be an Irish. Finally, Gen 2, the good part of the game. I think that there are sub-aspects of Gen 2 that are mechanically more fun, but I think I prefer Gen 1 both from a mechanical and especially a storytelling perspective. The storytelling of Gen 1 is... the storytelling of Gen 1 is why people say that this is one of the better stories in Fire Emblem, right? By the time you promote the Axe Bro, you probably have Faval. I mean, he starts level 12, so it's not like he's super far from promotion. He needs 8 levels, but those 8 levels are a hassle on him. Because not only is he... We'll talk about it when we get to it, but, like, not only is he stuck with infantry movement, right? But he's also using axes, the worst weapon type. And bows are not good outside of the arena. There are some wyverns you might want to shoot down. Ranked run having the axe, no horse guy is better for the arena. Arguably, yes. Although even then, like, it is debated. From my understanding, it's, like, generally thought to be better for a ranked run.
We're too late. The battle has begun.
I guess news of Tyrannog, Seliph, and all that must have leaked while we were off scouting. I hope everyone's doing alright. Most of them will be fine, Lester. But what about your sister? What if Lana's gone and gotten herself mixed up in the fighting? She can't defend herself if she's all out in the open like this. Sir, we should hurry back. The sooner we get to Lord Seliph's side, the better.
Indeed. Come, Tristan, Lester, the battlefield awaits us.
And the unit review awaits you, Oifi. The archetype of all time. The archetype of all time. So Oifi is your Jagan. I've already made an entire video about like why the Oifi archetype is a joke. But Oifi is your Jagan. Oh, you can probably hear those fireworks. Chat, can you hear the fireworks? It is the 6th of July after all. Hopefully they're not too disturbing. So, he's your Jagan. He has pretty good bases. 40 HP, 16 strength, 17 skill, combined with 8 luck, so he's like gonna hit stuff, especially since he can use swords, although he starts with the Armor Slayer, aka the Ironbane sword, so like, more hit than the Iron Blade, I guess, but lol. And a Javelin. Not a crit jab, so, you know, washed, absolutely washed. Yeah, but he's a paladin. He has good starting stats. He'll double stuff. If you give him a sword that's not the Armor Slayer, then he'll tend to do pretty good. His growths are like, whatever. I think that the reason people are like, oh, you know, he's an Oifi, he holds up super well, is because they looked at his growths and were like, well, these growths are good in a vacuum, but they're not even really that good in a vacuum. He has a 100% HP growth, which is good, but not even, like, the highest for Gen 2 by Gen 2 standards. Meanwhile, he has 40% strength, 30% speed, 30% defense. Bro is not beating the fucking Jagan growths allegations. I guess he has better growths than Dalvan, but is that really the fucking measuring bar? But yeah, compared to any child unit, Oifi is going to scale significantly worse, especially since he's level 15. So like, his experience gain is going to be pretty low in comparison to others. And he's like just a paladin. He has critical, which is cool. And pursuit. Like, pursuit is always nice. I appreciate him. I used him for quite a bit in 0%. I used him for quite a bit in no swords. And I use him a lot in, like, vanilla runs, like, just casual runs like this one. But he's just a Jagan. Like, he's just fine. Arguably, he's one of the Jagans who scales worse out of all the Jagans in the series, just because of how cracked child units growths can be in a substitute run. Then, well, even in a substitute run, you have Ayras, you have Selev, you have Leaf, you have Altana, although Altana's not very good. But yeah, I don't think Oifi scales particularly well compared to child units, and you will always have at least 3 strong child units, because I'm counting Ayras as a child unit since he's Eldigan's kid. Boring as a character or as a unit, I would say he's not really, like, boring as a unit, just sort of, he does a job, he does the classic Jagan job, like, they include one of these in every game for a reason, because it means that you're not struggling in the early game, and that's nice. And it's not like, when I say he doesn't scale well compared to other Jagans, he's gonna be outclassed by the majority of your army, but it's not like he's unusable by any means. He still has a horse in FE4, and he still has swords in pursuit. Like, it's the Beowulf thing. It's like, what if Beowulf started with actual good stats, right? You have all the ingredients, and he has javelins. Like, I'm planning on, if I had trained up the second crit jab instead of the wind edge, I would have given him the second crit jab, but I decided wind edge would be funnier, so we do not have a second crit jab for him. But honestly, I can probably give him Ayras' javelin at some point and, like, train up the other crit jab, maybe. Because, like, crit jab's still a good strategy. He's still got 9 moves, sorry. Like, look at this guy. Yeah, he's good. Oh, Tristan. Oh, Tristan. So, I am already not a huge fan of Dormant. Dormant is the sword cav that Tristan is replacing. And I think he's just kind of like, whatever. Tristan is, what if Dormant did not have charisma or pursuit? I guess technically you can get a Dormant that doesn't have pursuit, but you're not going to. Tristan is a sword knight with critical. Welcome back, Nisha, or Noish, or however you want to pronounce it. In fact, his stat spread is pretty similar. 30% strength growth, 20% speed growth. Are these just Nisha's growths? Let me actually compare them side by side. FE4, Noish, Tristan. They have the same strength growth. Oh, wait, no, that's bases. Nisha has 10% more strength growth. Equal magic growth, equal skill growth, equal speed growth. Noish just has better growths overall than Tristan. The one exception is that Tristan has 130 HP growth. And that's like, it's not even because of Holy Blood. He just has 130 HP growth. What a fucking clown goober. What a fucking clown goober. No javelin also, like just fucking... So one thing that this will get highlighted when we talk about Johan versus Lex, but a lot of the units in Gen 2 fill the same role as the Gen 1 units, but the enemy quality is higher and the average player unit quality is higher. So the fact that Tristan is filling Nisha's role, and Nisha was already kind of mediocre in Gen 1, and Tristan is fighting against not only stronger enemies, but also competing with stronger blue units for resources and experience and, I mean, not deployment slots, but just the seconds of my time that it takes moving him around, is such a fucking insult. Because, like, Johan is just like Lex without Paragon and against stronger enemies, and he ends up being mid. And Lex is one of the best Gen 1 units. Tristan being just like Nisha, but no Javelin and against stronger units is, I think that's all I need to say about him. He does get a secret event, as do all the substitutes. And his secret event is actually tied to Yohalvir, or not Yohalvir, the sword guy, Radney, Rotoban. So it's in chapter 7. Okay, after you conquer Magellan Castle, both Tristan and Rotoban must be below level 10. Have Tristan wait next to Rotoban. A conversation occurs. Rotovan gets 2 points of strength and 1 point of skill and 1 point of defense. Tristan gets 2 points of strength, 1 point of speed, and 1 point of defense. Bear in mind, you have to sandbag them and keep them at a low level in order to get these stat boosts. So it's kind of like a catch-22, because Chapter 6 is the best chapter in the game for, like, training the shit squad, because you fight against really, really weak axe units for the majority of the map. All these axe armors, bow armors, axe fighters, right? If you wanted to train up a shitter like Tristan, a shitter like Dermot, a shitter like the Sword Twins, this would be the map to do so. But then you miss out on the secret event. Which, like, it's a total of, like, 4 stat points, so it's not a huge deal. Keeping them under level 10 is not a big deal because it's rough to feed Tristan kills. I mean, that's true, but if you want to feed Tristan kills, this is the opportunity to do it, right? Like, if you haven't trained Tristan and it's halfway through chapter 7, you're not training Tristan. He's not doing anything for you. You think it's hard to feed him kills against the axe fighters? Try feeding him skills against the fucking cavaliers and stuff, right? So it's like, it's probably worse to go for the secret event than just train him on this map. Why train him here when you can just train Zelifir? You can train multiple units on this map. This is the easiest map to train people on. In 0%, which, like, no one's growing in, I trained Seliph, Arthur, and Johan all to level 20 on this map. So, like, it's easy, but, then you miss out on the secret event. I would say the secret event is probably not worth it from a mechanical perspective, but since it's a story-based playthrough, we will be going for it, so I'm gonna have to sandbag him. Probably easier to sandbag him than train him, though, TBH. And then, well, I would say he's the worst of this squad, but honestly, against Tristan, I think Lester's probably better. So Lester is a bow cavalier. We got Midir Lester, so he has sort of the machine gun build. He has Pursuit and Onslaught, and he can use the Brave Bow, which he inherited. Brave Bow is a 100% chance to Adept. So he will always attack 4 times because of Pursuit, and then he can potentially Onslaught in order to extend it to get even more attacks. And even though only 8 strength, only a 14 might weapon, I mean only a 14 might weapon, but like only 8 strength, right? He's not dealing a ton of damage with a single hit. If you add up a bunch of paper cuts, like death by 1,000 cuts is a saying for a reason, Lester can legitimately kill stuff. He can one round without onslaught sometimes, and when he procs onslaught, he can definitely one round. He also gets the killer bow for extra accuracy. You know, the 20 extra accuracy is nice, and the potential to crit if you want to stack even more like RNG stuff. Although I personally think the brave bow is better, just in terms of, you know, it's a more guaranteed way to kill. But yeah, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. He can delete single targets. And because he has a horse, he can do this sort of hit and run tactics we talked about in Gen 1, where you attack and then you run away so you don't have to enemy phase. The problem is FE4, especially Gen 2, is very, very Kaga block focused. A lot of times the enemies will be in big blocky formations like this. Like these fellers right here. Like these fellers right here. And so it becomes this ordeal where in order to, like, yeah, you can kill one enemy, no problem, but it's generally going to be more worth your time and more productive just to have a unit like Seliph, even the Sword Twins, who can stand there and fight multiple enemies, instead of having to just fight one and then retreat. Killing one guy is not a big deal when you've got Arthur and Seliph and Eris and Oifi and whatnot, who can stand there and kill like 10 people, 15 people in a single turn. And it just kind of makes Lester a whatever. Early game, sure, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, it's nice to have this single target removal, especially when training up Seliph. And he starts with an iron bow no matter what you inherit. Although I would say you want to give him both the good bows, because the only other archer is Faval, who kind of sucks and also gets the Ufel. So like I think Lester should always inherit the killer bow, and then if he has a bow parent like Jamka and Midir, he should inherit the brave bow anyway. But even like a non-bow parent one gets all your good bows, right? Because killer bow is the only good bow. And then iron is here just so that if you need to set up a kill, if you're trying to train Seliph or whoever, and you want to not kill, although then onslaught can sometimes fuck you over. I don't think he's very good. I don't think Zune is very good, but he does stuff, I guess. Arden can pass him bows. Yeah, but when I say a bow parent, I mean specifically like the ones who give the brave bow. Jamka and Midir give the brave bow. Arden doesn't give the brave bow. You can't get the brave bow if Arden marries Edain. Also, why are you marrying Arden to Edain? Come on. Get serious, y'all. Does this translation make the names match the heroes translated ones, or did they already do that? I genuinely don't know the answer to that. I think they're mostly matching the heroes ones. 21, 11. So that's going to be 40. Okay. I've found your purpose, Dalvan. Iron Blade here. Tanky Lester is funny. Lex is good for that. Was it Edain last generation? Yes. Edain, yes. I'm pretty sure most of it is just like exactly matching the hero stuff. Because from what I can gather, the translation is like quite literal in its translation rather than evoking any amount of localization. Like it is by the literal definition a translation rather than what we tend to think of as translations, which are more localization, where people like look at and try to translate it to the culture that it's going to be in. Arden Edain gives their kids over 100% HP growth. That sounds impressive until you remember that, like, I think most Holy Blood kids end up with over 100%, right? Oh god, Tristan. Oh god, Tristan. Does Hannibal use bows? Yeah, generals can use all 4 physical weapon types. The class names got localized for some reason. That's true, some of the class names did get changed. Although, I see, and that's the thing, is I think the class names getting localized all sound better than the direct translated stuff, right? So, it kind of goes to underline why looking for a translation is, you know, kind of ill-advised, or at the very least, you know, like, not really what you necessarily, like, need or whatever. Do you prefer localization over direct translations? Absolutely. I think there's no contest. A lot of people will say that a direct translation, because the thing is that a direct translation captures the exact words, but not the exact meaning. People look at, like, localization, right? They're like, they changed a word, and therefore they are changing the meaning. But oftentimes what it, like, obviously, a bad localization is worse than a direct translation. But if it's a professional doing it, as opposed to just, like, you know, Jello Apocalypse saying that he's an expert, then you have someone who is cognizant of, like, to have an actual professional localization, you want to have someone who is cognizant of both the culture you are localizing from and the one you are localizing to. So that you can be like, okay, this is what it literally says, but this is what they meant by that. Because a lot of things, like idioms are a big one, where it's like an idiom just not translating one-to-one. And you want to be able to communicate the intended meaning, as opposed to... A lot of people point towards Squid Games, right? Where there's a scene in it that is, supposed to imply that a character is considering suicide. Okay, good. She would have fucking died there, by the way. She's so bad. There's a scene in Squid Games that's supposed to imply a character is considering suicide. And, some of the dialogue was, like, slightly changed in the subtitles to make it more explicit. That, like, that's what's going on. But it's because of a, like, cultural thing that just doesn't translate one-to-one. Close to a one-round. Hey, it means we get to steal with the thief sword, though, so it's fine. Where are we at on Selif's Brave Sword kills, by the way? Hey, we have crit on it now. Alright, we'll Thief Sword here. Fates, where's my petting simulator? The Fates localization, remove the petting. I mean, maybe this will be controversial. I think that the Fates petting localization removal thing is an example of bad localization. Because that was like a, you know, I'm removing this because I've decided this audience won't like it, as opposed to I'm changing it to better communicate the intended meaning. God, Tristan's so fucking trash. So fucking trash, Tristan. You know what? Tristan Gaming has ended. We're Lester Gaming now. What about Fate Soleil Japanese English? Well, there's misinformation about that. I actually made an entire video about, the sort of... Because the whole, like, it was conversion therapy thing, is just inaccurate. I will say this, though. I find it hard to personally get up in arms about the face pitting thing getting removed. Because while, like, it's an unnecessary change, and I would definitely call it bad, it's also, like, not an aspect of the game that I think is particularly important. I do think that it being removed for, like, because the other thing is that things can get changed for cultural sensitivity reasons, right? And that is a different, that's a different thing than localization. Like, that's not localization, but that is still valid, when that happens. But I also think that the sort of, like, the cultural sensitivity of removing the face petting, I don't think that's, like, I don't think it's a good call, I guess I would say. Telios game downplaying the gay was awful. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing where it's cultural sensitivity instead of localization, and it's bad localization as a result of, like, focusing on what they believe to be cultural sensitivity, because they thought that, you know, international audiences would be less comfortable. It's like the Vivian thing, right? I will say, though, that, like, people, both with the OG version of Vivian, as opposed to the fixed remake one, and the Kiza stuff, right? People will, like, play them up as this is, you know, Japan was woke and America was unwoke, or whatever. But, like, in reality, right, let's not get it twisted. Oh, nice crit. Let's see if we can get you to attack Radney. In reality, it was, like, a homophobic and transphobic stereotype, right, that got removed? Which, like, don't get me wrong, the localizers removing gay content because it was gay is also bad. Like, we can dislike two things at the same time, right? Kaisha went from offensive genderqueer stereotype to no mentions of queerness at all. Yeah, you know, like a lateral move at best. Well, it wasn't offensive genderqueer stereotype is the other thing. It was a homophobic stereotype. Like, it had elements of trans stuff, but it was because that's the way that like, it was meant to depict a gay man, and it comes from the sort of, like, homophobic stereotype that, like, gay men are all cross-dressers and I don't think Kaiza was meant to be genderqueer. Like, it wasn't a stereotype of a genderqueer person. It was just stuff that more closely matches what could be described as genderqueer, but, stapled onto someone who was, like, depicted as a gay man, right? If that makes any amount of sense. Hopefully that makes some amount of sense. Being non-binary now is kind of a recent fix, yeah. It's Jahalvi over. Look, Oifi is going to start building kills on this javelin. We're going for another crit jav strat. I will never stop propagandizing crit jav. Damn. Donate to ensure Johalvier season. I mean, look, if you have a strong opinion about which axe bro, like which shitty axe bro you want me to get. Thank you, Thomas Kwok, for making the fucking bidding war of reality. At least it's not the FE3 Javelin. Yeah, where you literally can't double. Johan is actually useful, but Johalvier is funnier. I mean, I will be honest, I don't think Johalvier is particularly funny. I think he's bad in a decidedly unfunny way. Reminded me of a Lily Simpson video about Smithers from The Simpsons. Yeah, I saw that recently too. That's probably why it's in my mind. You ever watch a YouTube video and then just like its talking points rattle around in your mind? That's probably what's going on. Ooh! I overextended.
Sire, Lord Sigurd, my deepest apologies. I've already fallen off.
But you're an Oifi, you're not supposed to! $0.99?
Here we go.
Shinthia, what is the 99 cents going towards? Johan or Axe Bro? Okay, so I'll give $1 to Johan then. Thank you so much for the dollar donation. Johan heads, we're making a comeback. The Oifi archetype is dead. They should add Reggie from Nintendo to this game and give him perfect stats. The Reginator! What did I miss? Just a reset. I wish I could do the select all function. If everyone in chat donates $1, we'll get a slightly better unit. Chat, can I confess something? I've never used Johalvier. He's just that bad. Don't you not need cheat codes to make Oifi and Shannon boyfriends? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Please elaborate. I mean, you can write headcanons. However you want. If you mean, like, they can get paired, they cannot. I mean, with cheat codes, you can pair people up, sure. How can you judge him if you haven't used him? I can't tell if you're being serious or not. Are you being serious, or is this a haha jokey? The haha jokies. I guess I should respond to it as if it is serious regardless. So... Oh. Good job, Radney. Or Sirinde. Oh, I can physic. Can I reach Joyfeed from here? I cannot. I can only reach Selif. Yeah, that's not worth a physic. So... You can, you can just take a look at the features a unit has, as well as the, like, specific problems a game presents for you to solve. Because, like, okay, that's 2 more for Yo Javier. We're Yo Javier Gaming. It's so for real, for real. But, like, not only do I think you don't need to personally use a unit in order to evaluate them, I think that oftentimes, you know, there's the saying, personal experience is useless or pointless or doesn't matter, right? I think oftentimes our personal experience can cloud and bias us, you know, like, oh, my Yo Javier got stat blessed, or, you know, I gave every stat booster in the game to so-and-so, right? I gave Sue all the experience, and she was over-leveled, and she was better than Shin because of that. Yeah, I gave Alan the energy drop, and he had more strength than Lance. Look at the fucking machine gun build, Lester. I think that a, much better way to sort of, like, try and evaluate units is by taking a look at their attributes, whether those be stats, growths, weapons, skills, like that sort of stuff, and making judgments based on those rather than what your experience with the unit was. Are there times where having a hands-on experience can help you to evaluate things? Absolutely. And I think that you should at least play the games.
Here we go.
Flo Hoggamer has just tipped $5.
We're at Soja Javier Gaming. We're Soja Javier Gaming. Thank you for the $5 tip. We're down to 12 versus 1. Oh, we have to move. I didn't expect to get double digits. This is so funny. YouTube stole my money. Did you send a donation and it didn't go through? Only donations, because I can look at the donation history. The only ones I see are $5 from Thomas Kwok, $1 from Shinthia, $2 from Thomas Kwok, and $5 from Floho Gamer. We are so Yo Javier Gaming. We are so Joe Javier Gaming. But yeah, I think that, you know, obviously, it's not to say that there's no value in experiencing something for yourself. I do think you should play through games. Because there's some things where, like, you can look at it in a vacuum, but before you get kind of a feel for it. Especially when it comes to the more complicated, like, if there's in-depth skills at work. Yo Javier doesn't have in-depth skills at work. In fact, I would argue that not having used him, what's more likely happening is that I'm overvaluing him than undervaluing him, because I suspect that the gassing up of him doing super good in the bow arena is not as elevated as people say it is, right? The Gen 2 arena is pretty difficult, even the bow arena. Sure, you're gonna turn Braves into hand axes and stuff, right? But the most dangerous enemies are the Dark Mages. So I suspect that using him will do nothing but sour my opinion on him. Who cares about move when Crab Sprite? I mean, obviously move is his biggest issue, but I think it's important to emphasize that, like, we'll talk about it in the unit review, but, like, Javier, pretty fucking bad. My thing refunded. I'm no longer a hack, fraud, and a thief. That's good to know. The girlfriend's right there. We are going to need to repair the Brave Sword soon. Let's, like, rush to get this village. Oh, wait, actually, Seliph with the Thief Sword can steal from that village. I wish you got the Sacred Axe weapon. Yeah, I mean, it's Lex's family, right? All the axe users are from the same family. It's kind of amusing. We got Girls' Night Out and Boys' Night Out over there. Thank you for 8 months of membership. Wow, that is a long time. Thank you so much. Would you like your membership fees to go towards part of the bidding war? Is that what we're getting this notification for? Emojo's what, like $1? I can put $1 on Johan. Or Javier if you're cringe. How much does the membership fee count towards Johan Javier bidding war? I mean, I'll say this month's does. At the very least. Which I believe Emojo, that's $1. I want the gap to grow. Stop! He's already dead! The tanky Lester sweep. Okay, so I think we enemy phase Harold here. Tristan goes here. I'm trying to send a different thing, but I put the milestone in, so put it towards Johan. Okay. Johan is... Oh, that's Javier. Ugh, no, calm down. They're nothing more than petty rebels. God, Lester, can you fucking hit something? Thank you. Don't pair up Patty until late game, because her conversation with Charlotte was hilarious. Oh, right, doesn't Charlotte, like, completely clown on her for being single? Who is Charlotte? Charlotte is the est, in quotation marks. Harold has arrow time. He is the one. Charlotte is Sigurd's illegitimate child. Lester, please. Lester, please. $11 if you have 20 speed with Doga and
If you have
promote.
20 speed with Doga and then promote, he can double with a Jav in Faith 3.
Wait, really?
Also, this goes to Johan.
Is that true? Chat, is this true? Also, Johan at $13. We have a bidding war. Ladies, gents, and everything in between, especially everything in between, we have a bidding war on our hands. Thank you so much for the $11 Johan donation. Are there any independent fact checkers who can verify this information? It's been cited on one Japanese website. I'll be honest, it sounds like a, FE1 1RN moment.
Here we go.
We have a
Crab emoji,
$2
crab
axe
emoji,
crab
emoji,
donation.
Crab emoji, 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 crab emoji,
So,
crab emoji, crab emoji.
my OBS has
axe emoji,
glitched out.
Axe emoji, axe emoji.
My OBS glitched out and it's sending crab emoji multiple times but with an echo.
Here we go.
I want to help fund using the axe fighter.
I want to help fund using the axe fighter. Thank you, Thomas Kwok and Jackson McMahon, each for your $2 donations towards Yohalvier Gaming. Helping make the world a sillier place.
Here we go.
Flo Hagamer donated $5. What can I saw except Crabman Ja Alvier?
What can I say except Crabman Yohalvier? Yohalvier is now of the legal drinking age in money in the United States. This is a losing battle. I'm so sad because I wanted Johan. Johan pulls ahead and then immediately 3 people say, no you don't, you fucking clown. Crab Rave when we recruit? How about Crab Rave for Johan arenaing? What about that? Dalvan kills the losing one? Nah. Although, wait, actually. I do have a Dalvan contribution, though. Dalvan gets chipped so that Oifi can get a kill. Setting up kills for Oifi. Gamer moments. I love this bidding war. I'm happy about it, both because it's funny and because it's profitable. You aren't recruiting Johan, though. Yeah, that's what I meant, Yohalvier Arena. We can crab rave Yohalvier Arena. It's currently 13 to 23. I thought it was 13 to 21. Did I do the math wrong? Hold on. Okay, so it was at 13 to 12, then it goes up to 14 to 16, 21. Yeah, it's 21 right now. It's 21 right now. I just double checked the math. Send Tristan back for some healing. I love democracy, Emperor Palpatine. This is good old-fashioned American democracy. Who's your favorite Generation 2 character from a writing perspective? Ares. Honestly, it's gotta be a tie between Ares and Arion, actually. And the reason for that is... So... when I do my, Camus archetype video, going to go more in depth about it, but I think the combination of Eldigan, Ares,
Here we go.
Johan needs to
simp
simp.
for his lady.
Johan needs to simp. We are at $23. Thank you, Brodeman, for the $10 donation. So I think that the combination of Eldigan, Ares, and Arion make for the best iteration of the Camus archetype, because Eldigan is sort of a deconstruction of it. He's sort of the classical Camus, and he ends up being punished for it, not only in that he dies, but the specific way in which he dies is he's executed by the king he's trying to protect. He's also shown to be basically a fucking idiot because the king he wants to protect, like, murdered his father and is the reason that Augustra is in such a bad state. Like, Eldigan, it claims to love his country, but his actions... We've got
Crab
so many
emoji,
crap raves.
Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji.
I'll let this
crab
finish
emoji,
out first.
Crab emoji. 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 Crab emoji.
I'll let this talk before I say
crab
it.
Emoji. Crab emoji.
Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Oh, we can use Kaga's turn wheel here.
Here we go.
Because I think...
Flo Hoggamer has just tipped $5. Ja Alvier shall not lose. Crab gang rise up.
Wait, we have another $5? Hold on. Okay, so we go for another 5. We're at 31 for Crab Gang versus 23 for Good Unit Gang. These two axe units are having such a mid-off. I know, right? Okay, so Eldigan is shown to be like a fool in multiple ways. His son, Ares, succeeds where he could not by allying with Seliph, right? You know, he believes that Seliph was his father's killer, but he's able to, like, actually listen to reason, whereas, like, when Eldigan finally listens to reason, in terms of Lachesis, he still doesn't really listen to reason. He still believes that he can reason with Chagall, even though Chagall clearly cannot be reasoned with, and that's what leads him to die. Whereas Ares is willing to listen to Nana, or Jean, depending, and is actually able to put aside his sort of, like, pride and do, like, the right thing and the reasonable thing. Ares never learns the truth if Nana is dead. Well, Jean is the kid of Lachesis' retainer, right? Doesn't he learn from that? I guess we'll see, right? I guess we'll see. But the point is, at least in the good ending, when you, like, don't get substitutes, because I would consider the substitutes to be, like, the quote-unquote bad ending, or non-canon at the very least, Ares is able to succeed where his father couldn't, and sort of pushes this theme of, like, we will break sort of the cycles and be better than the previous generation, which I think is a big theme of Fire Emblem 4. And then Arion, I think, completes that, because even though he is unrelated to both Ares and Eldigan, he fits the traditional Camus role. 3, 4, 5. Okay. He fits the traditional Camus role, but he is also willing to listen to reason. In playing through FE4 for the first time, you would think, okay, this is the Gen 2 Camus, Arion, you know, he's sympathetic, but he is, you know, still fighting for his country, and he's just not gonna ever join us. But he listens to Altena, right? And I think that that sort of reinforces the idea that this generation is not going to make the same mistakes that its parents did. And it's a very optimistic and, like, sort of hopeful message, and I think is a much better one than the traditional Camus message, where it's just like some guy who loves their country so much that they do the war crimes and stuff. Which I've always thought was kind of a lame, lame solution. Does Jean really have a better magic than Nana. The 20% growth is still kind of ass. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. $16 versus $15. Okay, the no hit whatsoever. Jean is worse than Nana, though, for a couple of reasons. Like, we'll go over it when we get to the unit reviews, but most substitutes are worse than the people they're replacing. And even the ones that can, like, kind of argue it are still kind of just a side grade. More than anything. Do you still believe that Hawk is better than Ced? I've never believed that Hawk is better than Ced. In fact, I've made a video about the various Erin pairings that specifically says all of the magical Ceds are better than Hawk. So I don't know where this constant, like, people saying that I think Hawk is better than Ced comes from. I mean, I do. There's this one person that, like, really fucking hates me that keeps repeating it. You said as much as No Swords. I think that Hawk is better than the physical versions of Ced. But all of the magical Ceds can, all the magical Ceds can very easily reach, because, like, Hawk's appeal, right, is... I guess we do it this way, right? Hawk's appeal is that he, for free, reaches the silence threshold. I was hoping we would crit.
Here we go.
Call me Sigurd the way I'd be fighting a losing war.
Fighting a losing war.
Wait, that's a tie! Wait, that's a tie! What do I do now that it's a tie? I mean, I guess I get to choose. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We have the fucking... the $1 tiebreaker. $32 for Yohalvier. Great Shield! I fucking love Great Shield. Best skill ever. Lester still wins!
Here we go.
To Johan.
Oh, how it feels to fall to child soldiers. Wait, that's another $5 to Johan!
has just tipped $3. My life for Crabman.
Wait, we just got... Okay, hold on. We have to adjust these. Okay, so this was another $5 up to 36. And this was $3 to 35. Johan is still winning. Johan is still winning. Return ring Lester. Yo, we are Lester Gaming. We are Lester Gaming so hard right now.
Crab emoji.
Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji.
Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji.
This is nuts. You can buy Tears of the Kingdom. Or I could buy a good game. I could buy Donkey Kong Bonanza instead. We are approaching Mario Kart World. I mean, I got the bundle, so, you know.
Flo Hoggamer donated $5. Ja Alvin time.
I think we game in now. 42 for Johalvir. Not a fan of Tears of the Kingdom. I bounced off that game pretty hard. Johalvian time. Wait, was that another? That's another $5. So Johalvir is now at 43? Am I correct about that? Yeah, Johalvir is at 43 now after that last 5. Oh no, 42. Math wrong. Okay, so here's what we want to do now. Rather than immediately seize, I think I kind of want... Oh, I don't have the return staff on Lana. Well, we'll use warp for it then. Don't forget Nosferatu. I mean, so I'll talk about it during the unit reviews. I know I keep saying I'll talk about it during the unit reviews, but I will, I swear. But people, for some reason, think that Nosferatu and Ayra are also, like, linked to the Johann Johalvir choice, but they're really not. You can get Nosferatu, which is the better one. No matter which Axbro you get. The reason people say they're linked is because people say, like, oh, it's easier to get it. Well, first off, some people say you literally have to get one or the other. But then the argument is, like, it's easier. It's just which castle you conquer first. If you conquer this castle first, you get Ayra. And if you conquer this castle first, you get Nosferatu. And this castle is supposed to be Johann's castle. And this castle is supposed to be Johalvir's castle, right? So the argument people make is, well, this turns blue, right? You can't, it does make Ayra hard to get, but nobody wants Ayra. You want Nosferatu, that's the better one. If this turns blue from recruiting Johann, the red units that charge are just gonna capture this castle and then turn it red.
Here we go.
These cows are voting
These
for Johann.
cows
Cow
are
emoji.
voting
Cow
for
emoji.
Johann.
Cow emoji.
Thank you, Lazcole, for the $5 donation. This is such a tight bidding war. I did not expect it to be. I thought it would be a blowout because of how, much people love the meme. Still $1 short. It is still $1 short. It's cows versus crabs. But, like, you know, we're doing what we're doing, right? Do we have anything in the depository? Silver sword. Another $2 for the crabs.
Here we go.
Crab emoji.
$2, is that for Johann? I'm assuming because Broderman has been fighting this war on Johann's behalf. I have to update this so quickly. Fitting that Anna is on screen right now. Let's grab the silver sword. I'm going to sell the silver sword. My bank is gonna start asking questions if I keep making these small deposits. Horse emoji, horse emoji, horse emoji.
Here we go.
Horse emoji. Horse emoji. Horse emoji. Horse emoji.
Are those all, is that $10 for Johann? Are we at $53 for Johann? Johann himself can purchase the Mario Kart bundle now. What is your record for your most popular stream?
Here we go.
I think it was my
Has just tipped
wokeness stream.
$5. My last strike for the Crab Nation.
The woke game stream. The last strike for Crab Nation. Okay, so Crab Nation's at 49. Cow and Horse Nation is
Crab
at
emoji. Crab
53.
emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab
Oh,
emoji.
another $10?
Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. Crab
We're at
emoji.
59
Crab
now.
emoji. Crab emoji.
This is slowing down play so much, and I love it. Okay, and then we blacksmith up. $447? Oh, I mean, yeah, technically for the bundle. He can get Mario Kart via the bundle, I guess would be the way of saying it. We'll repair you. I got out of a toxic relationship and dropped a habit. I can spend my money for my boy, Joe Halvier. Good for you. Good for you. Can everyone, like, I know people say good for you as like a condescending thing, but unironically good for you. Can everyone in chat please say good for you to Thomas Clock? Dropping a toxic habit and dropping a toxic relationship. Unironically based as fuck. Like, genuinely good for you. I hate that, you know, the world has become so sarcasm-pilled that I do have to specify that I'm being genuine in that, but, like, I am being genuine in that good for you. I think that's awesome. We love to see healthy choices, exactly. I could have smoked cigarettes or burnt the money and would have been the same value, but at least here I support a good creator. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. So right now, Joe Halvier Nation's winning, right? Yeah, we're at 59 Joe Halviers versus 53 Johans. Okay. I need to set up before seizing the castle, because I do want to, since they're infantry, right? I do want to have, the siblings nearby, like, ready to do the recruitment. I hate how much sincerity has disappeared. Yeah. Lena, like the Lena archetype. 59 Yohalviers, how are you gonna deploy them all? That's why you can't recruit Arion, because there's no room for him in the castle. Look at our boy Lester, though. First boss kill of the run went to this fucking guy. This fucking dude. Alright, so I got those silver weapons. Oh, the silver blade is 10,000? Wait, they can't afford this. Oh, wait. They can't afford the silver weapons. Oh, this is so sad. This is actually so sad. Sub issues. Yeah, they have no money. You're supposed to break the weapons before selling them. Yeah. Why is it so expensive? I mean, they are silver. The problem is I can't break them in the arena because there's no arena in Chapter 6. So we're just gonna have to deal with their, like, issues. You know what I could do, actually? How much gold does... I can have Oifi buy them. The Judkrill inflation. Alright, let's sell the Ironbane sword. Oifi can break the silver sword a little bit. What if the Axe Bros had Pursuit? I don't think that would make that much of a difference. Like, do they even double anyone? Look up Selif Larcy inflation for more information. What are your thoughts on the Jesse and James archetype? You mean like Team Rocket? I think they're pretty baller. I think Team Rocket's awesome. Prepare for trouble, make it double. Yeah. But yeah, if the Axe Bros had Pursuit, I don't think it would help them that much. Because, like, they'd double some stuff. They'd probably be able to double other axe users. But axes are really heavy and they're kind of slow. We already have Team Rocket. It's Maggie and Rose. Yeah, the Bandit Twins. I think that the Bandit Twins, like, so even the wiki just calls them the Bandit Twin archetype, right? And I think that's a very, like, real and reasonable archetype. Alright, so, by the way, as soon as I seize the castle, the bidding is going to close. So this is, you know, the last opportunity for bidding. I feel like Jesse always outscales James. But have you considered James has that one picture where he has fucking massive titties? And that's just, you know, trans culture. Your choices really matter. Mayhaps. Will you kill Julius with Naga or funny berserk strats? So the last run, the no swords run, we killed Julius with Lester.
Here we go.
S-Tundle donated $6.01.
$6 for
Horseboy.
Horseboy. We're tied. We're tied again. Thank you, S-Tundle, for the Horseboy donation. I'm gonna say if it's tied, I get to make the choice, right? Where's Johan?
Here we go.
Oh, here he is.
Crab emoji. Crab emoji.
Well-
crab emoji. Crab emoji.
Your choices really matter, but mine don't. Oh wait, that's the wrong... I added the wrong guy. Forgive me, Crab Nation. Sunk cost fallacy. Well then. We gotta get Oifi over here. So there is still time. I'm moving people around. We gotta get Oifi over here. But I think at this point, right, the sunk cost fallacy almost cheated. It wasn't even tied. Uchar had... So, I mean, yeah, Uchar had 1 extra cent. I'm rounding to the nearest dollar, because there have been quite a few that are like 1.99, you know, 6.01, those sorts of things. And personally, I think just like I'm just gonna go off of the nearest dollar value, because I think some amount of that is people using different currencies, right? And getting rounded that way. So, you know, you know, call me a fucking hack and a liar and a fraud cheater if you want, but I am just going off of, like, the dollar value. Just keep donating so Danny has to keep repositioning units back and forth. Alright. The polls are closed. The winner is Yelhavier Nation. And for that reason, for this stream only, Yelhavier gets to take Hannibal's spot as the guardian of chat. Making the layout not look like ass challenge. There we go, that's good enough. Trans crab, trash versus garbage colorize. The polls are closed. Yelhavier Nation may celebrate. By the gods, I've never seen such ruin. It's as if Ganshia never even existed. Been a while, hasn't it, Seliph? Oh, Lewyn. Pardon me. Your Majesty, King Lewyn of Celeste. Just Lewyn, Seliph. Like I've always been. Celeste is just another Imperial conquest now. That's all it's ever been since this mess in Valhalla. Meanwhile, here I am. Still living pathetic, shameful life for all to see. At least my mother faced Celeste's demise of their own with pride and dignity. But me? Nope. Just another idiot bard. Don't listen to what Oifi says of me, Seliph. Just... please don't call me a king ever again. My apologies, Lewyn. Heh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. More importantly, looks like you finally got this revolution thing started. By the way, so, spoilers. Lewyn trauma jumping on the poor boy? Well, actually, so, the context of this conversation, this is not Lewyn. This is the ghost of Forsetti possessing his dead body. And my interpretation of this, why he's so, like, down on himself, is the ghost of Forsetti is disappointed in Lewyn. He's like, you know, you abandoned your country to just become a stupid wandering bard, you piece of shit, right? And so, I think that this is not Lewyn feeling guilty. This is the ghost of Forsetti possessing Lewyn's body just like mad. I thought he survived. No, he died. He died. It's at the end of the game, it's revealed in the end game, in the end cutscene, that he was possessed. It's not even implied, it's just outright stated. I think they're sharing the existence, right? Otherwise, the ghost of Forsetti cry over Lewyn's wife. Does he cry? How did I miss this? I don't know. I don't know, because it's like, it's not implied, it's like explicit. I mean, I guess we'll see when we get there. Lewyn actually survives. He dies against Manfroy? No? Manfroy's not even in this game. Manfroy's FE5. Possession in my Fire Emblem? Isn't Manfroy's the FE5 guy? Wait, who's... Manfroy... Oh no, Manfroy's Manfroy's the... Right, I got Manfroy and the other guy mixed up. Manfroy and Veld mixed up. It's shown in the intro cutscene. Do you mean like the pre-game role? Forseti uses the Valkyria staff to revive him. You can see it after you beat the game 9 times. I'ma be for real, this sounds like a Mew under the truck situation, but I'll look into it after stream. We need they, them, Froy. Someone consult the fandom wiki. Let's see what the fandom wiki has to say about it. Lewyn, Fire Emblem. Alright, I'm opening the fandom page. Prior to the events of Genealogy of the Holy War, Lewyn ran away from Celeste to explore the world outside the country. Along the way, he befriended Sylvia, a dancer who develops romantic feelings for him. The Mitsuki Oswana manga offers an explanation. Lewyn was among the few people who treated her well in her short life. In Chapter 4, Lewyn snaps out of his senses and agrees to take the throne of Celeste after the death of Edain. His mother gives him the Tome of Forseti, knowing that he will follow the path of the Wind Crusader. Erin is Lewyn's canonical wife in the events of Thracia 776. They have 2 children, Sed and Fee. Lewyn can be married to any female character in Genealogy. After the Battle of Valhalla, Lewyn is killed by Manfroy. It's revealed in the opening after the game is finished several times, but will later be resurrected by Forseti. He will then join Seliph in the 2nd generation as his advisor. In the past, he took an amnesia. Sorry, misread that. That was the wrong word. Took an amnesiac Julia away after she was spirited away from Granville, and according to Shosukaga's notes, he was also a traveling merchant who taught Tailtu's son Arthur wind magic. It's revealed in the epilogue of the game that Lewyn was almost surely possessed by the spirit throughout the events of the 2nd generation instead of being resurrected, as Seliph expresses gratitude towards Forseti for guiding his army through the hardships faced during the course of the Holy War. So I don't know about the cutscene thing. 2 things though. One, it's not almost certain. It is explicit. Like, the almost certainly is, it's just a silly fandom wiki thing. But the other thing is that regardless of whether he was killed in the Battle of Valhalla or afterwards, he's dead in this scene right now. Like, explicitly dead in this scene right now. You get New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus after completing endings. I knew that after 1 clear, the opening cutscene changes. Can we also talk about the opening cutscene for a second? Because the opening cutscene is so absurd. Hold on, I'm gonna make a save state right here. Because I want to show you all of the shit that's wrong with this opening cutscene. Because there's a lot. Not this one, it's the other one. Okay, so Peg's flying, that's a story thing, whatever. Now watch this shit. Okay, so... in order to be dealing 18 damage with the Brave Lance... Hang on, let me pull up the Brave Lance in Oifi. So at Oifi, FE4 Brave Lance. This general has 3 strength, which is FE4 general. So this general has a personal strength modifier of -7. Alright? So bear that in mind. The battle forecast is already... Because general, the class general, has a base strength of 10, It is literally impossible for a general to have 3 strength. Maybe he just sucks. No, the way that the game works, it is quite literally impossible for this general to have 3 strength. Generals have a class base strength of 10. Gunter archetype. So that's the first silly thing. But now, watch what he does with his Brave Lance. He attacks once! He doesn't double! It's a Brave Lance! Also, that guy's using a Wing Clipper against the General. Now, the critical hit could just be because the Wing Clipper has crit on it, or this generic has crit. But I have to imagine that this is just from before they had the unique crit system, and they're like, yeah, Swordmaster would probably crit, right? There's so much wrong here. I have to fucking pause the cutscene to show it off. Then that's just the story. That's just from the story, right? Whatever. Now we get to another silly part. Why are there wyverns attacking in chapter 2? What is going on here? Why are there wyverns in chapter 2? Like, what is this? What's all of this? I'm leaving for Augusty. Why is Azel in the front lines? He's not. That's the back lines. Okay, so now, Velthamer Mage using Elfire, right? You'll notice it's also 18 damage. That's the same damage value as the Brave Lance, right? FE4 Elfire. So Elfire has 14 might. That's a Sage. Sages have a base magic of 15. So, bare minimum, a Sage with Elfire should have 29 attack. Which is, oh, it's a Bard? Okay. FE4 Bard. Okay. Bards have 7. So bare minimum, this guy should have 21 attack. Why does he have the same spread as Lewyn? I don't know. I don't know. Like, let's not unpack that. But yeah, this guy should have 21 attack. But he's got 18. So -3 personal magic modifier. Okay. But look at the wyvern with the silver blade, alright? FE4 silver blade. The silver blade is a 20 might weapon. How does he only have 16 attack? The silver blade is a 20 might weapon, but this motherfucker only has 20 attack with it, right? 4 defense, by the way. This guy has this is not just his personal modifier. He has -4 attack in order to create this forecast, right? Like, what is going on? Also, that was a critical hit that did not deal critical hit damage. Did you see it did the critical hit animation, and it just didn't do crit damage? And then, Forseti Ahmed! Forseti Ahmed! This is Forseti Ahmed! That's Ahmed with Forseti! I also want to say, so looking at this cutscene, right? You can see all the lovers are right next to each other. So we have Sylvia is right next to Ares, that's the canonical lover. Seliph and Julia, they're not lovers, they're siblings, but they're next to each other. Leaf and Nana, they're right next to each other. And then Shannon is right next to a blank space that is surrounded by the triangle attack mages. This implies Patty just got fucking nuked to oblivion. Cause like, okay, hold on. I gotta turn on my mouse so I can show you. Right here. Patty was definitely standing right here, and she got triangle attacked because they have everyone else next to the person that they're getting like paired with, right? And Shannon is here next to a suspicious empty space that just got triangle attacked. Is the triangle attack even possible? Enemies can triangle attack. These are 3 boss characters that can triangle attack. And they're standing next to a suspicious blank space. Enemy triangle attack? Yeah, there are 2 sets of 3 enemies that can triangle attack you that are boss characters. It's these mages, and then there's pegs on the final map. Bye, Patty. Hey, Shanam, where's Patty? So that's... But the inaccurate thing here is that Ahmed is using Forsetti. Suspiciously Patty-shaped hole. Anyway, that's the ridiculousness that is the intro crawl. Leaf and Nana holding hands. Meanwhile, Shannon screaming a few feet away. Guys, fucking help me. Oh my god. Okay, so I'll load the save state I made. I'm turning that into an Ice Rider video because that's, you know, so how do we know that's Ahmed? Ahmed is the only Gen 2 unit that has the Wind Mage class, the male Wind Mage class. He's the only male Wind Mage, and that's the male Wind Mage class sprite. So like that's how we know it's Ahmed. Forsetti Ahmed. Heh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. More importantly, looks like you finally got this revolution thing started. There's no place more fitting than Isaac to start fighting back against the Empire. Indeed, the courage of Isaac's people is matched only by the pain and anger the Empire has inflicted upon them. All we're missing now is for Prince Shannon to return and join the fray himself. Well, he's a little busy mourning Patty. He's a little bit busy. Selif, that was very thoughtless of you right after Patty died. He ran off to follow some rumor, didn't he? Rumor has it his birthright as heir to the Isaac throne, the holy sword Balmong, is being kept in a shrine in the A Desert. As I understand it, the entire desert region is ruled by an evil priest. I trust Shannon's might, but I cannot help but worry for his safety. If anyone can do it, it'll be Shannon. Actually, Selif, I've got a favor to ask you. Oh? If it's within my power, I'll gladly help. What is it? Julia, could you come over here? See, I found her years ago in Valhalla, when she was just a little girl, hurt pretty badly. Ever since then, I've been looking after her in a hidden little corner of Celeste. At least until we managed to get out a while back, as the Empire set about tightening its grip. Thing is, I've got things that need to go over in Leonster, and at this point she's just slowing me down. I hate to impose on you, Selif, but I don't have much of a choice. Can I just leave her with your group for a while? I still don't know what happened to her, but it must have been pretty awful, poor thing. Back when I first found her, she couldn't remember a thing about what happened. It looks like she still can't. I see. Very well, you can trust me with her, Lewyn. However, I must ask that you return for her as soon as possible. She likely won't feel too comfortable in an army of strangers. Huh, deal. I'll probably be back here by the time you finish freeing Isaac. Good luck, Selif. May the gods be with you as well, Lewyn. Listen, Julia. I know it'll be hard for you without Lewyn here, but I promise you'll be alright. Until Lewyn returns, I swear I'll let no harm come to you. I know I have much to learn, and I'm not all that strong, but one day, Someday I know I'll be strong enough to protect us all. Someday I'll have the strength to defend the world's people from the Empire's wrath. Someday I'll be as strong as my father once was. Seliph. Bum ba ba da ba 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 ba. Julia! Okay, so Julia, another unit review. Julia is sort of the equivalent to Deirdre in Generation 2. In fact, she is Deirdre's daughter, and as a result, Selip's half-sister, I believe, because she's from Ayra's. Julia has Pursuit, Adept, and Nihil, and she has the ability to wield all light magic and B-rank stab. So she's sort of equivalent to what if Lana could do combat immediately, right? Light magic's also really good. It's got triangle advantage over all of the elemental magic, and it is just generally better tomes than the animal ones, right? She can get Nosferatu, which lets her sort of act as a Nos tank. She can be another foot healer, which is pretty cool. I think the biggest and coolest thing about Julia is she plays on casual mode. Because she is required for plot things, if you kill her off early, she just gets captured, and at the end of the chapter, which these chapters are very long, but upon seizing whatever the final castle of that chapter is, she comes back, right? So in that way, as a healer, as a sort of like fragile healer, she can take riskier strategies, and she misses out on experience if she dies, but she comes back. So like, yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be able to have someone who can just go and silence someone and not worry about the ballistas killing them or whatever. You know, we showed off the Deirdre strategy, right? Julia gets to do that for more of the generation. She also misses a little bit of Gen 2. She misses chapters 9, or sorry, at the end of chapter 9, she gets kidnapped. So she misses chapter 10 and the majority of chapter 11. But then she comes back with the Naga tome. And the Naga tome is the only tome that ignores the final boss's damage halving effect. So it is by far the easiest way to kill the final boss. And I think that it's generally like what her role is, right? And I think that's just kind of cool. Pairing her with Ced is her hardest possible pairing. Yeah, because she literally can't marry Hannibal or Charlo, right? So she has this interesting quirk where she actually has no love growth with anyone, but you still get the 5 adjacency points. So if you want to get her married, you can. There's no real benefit to it other than, I guess, sibling crits. Similar to Seliph, Nihil, like, doesn't really do anything for her. It's even less for her than Seliph because, like, God, she can't even take, like, horse effective damage. So, like, what's the point, right? But I think it's mostly there for flavor, like, because it was passed down by Deirdre. And then, like, Pursuit and Adept are cool. She does pretty well in the arena, especially with Nos. Nos is just a very, very good tome. Not much more to say about her. She's the only person who can use Nos. Not even Ced can use Nos. She starts out with nothing in her inventory, but what we can do right here is this talk and give her a staff. Julia, right? Hello there. Are you doing okay without Lewyn? You're Lana. Yes, thank you. I'm fine. You know, Lord Selip's actually been really worrying about you. If there's anything I can do to help you, just let me know and I'll get right on it. Thank you. Oh, and I've got a little something for you. Is this a men's staff? You can use these, right? For me? Thank you, Lana. With this, I know I can help everyone. You're welcome, Julia. Let's give this our all together. Challenge, try to talk about FE4 without someone mentioning the incest glitch. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Worrying, it's been 5 minutes, Lana. Look, she was really worried, okay? She was really worried.
These rebels are taking over Dancia? Ah, Harold, you moron. What in the blazes are my sons doing? Somebody tell the Rim to take the rebels now!
Dad's ordering us to attack, huh? Isn't Serende in that army? Damn, what do I do? How can I fight her? We're to strike and share, are we? My. Father's got quite the temper, but I could never lay so much as a finger on Serende, even if she were among my foes. Ah, what a dilemma standing before me! Sorry, Anahan. I know this isn't easy on you. Huh, Anahan? Is that really what you call your Pegasus? Oh, pipe down, Arthur. I don't care if we're nearly there, cause I'll still just bump you if you don't shut it. Right, sorry about that. Say, Fee, I don't have too far to go. If you want, I can just walk from here. Where are you off to anyway? Oh, just Ulster. Ulster? Jeez, you're dumber than I thought. Ulster's way down south of here. That's an entire sea in the way, for crying out loud. I don't know what you're thinking, but you haven't got a hope in heck of walking the rest of the way there. It's fine. I'm hardly in a hurry. So why do you need to go to Ulster? Oh, see, I've got a sister, and I haven't seen in a year who might be there. She and my mom were taken away when I was just a kid. I was sort of left alone with her in some far corner of Celeste or another. I'd heard a rumor, but at this point, even a rumor's enough if it means I might find her. Huh, really? You know, I know just what that's like. My big brother's been missing for ages. Did you get separated from him as well? Oh, nothing like that. We've always lived together in Celeste, but a while back he ran off to try to find our dad. Your father, huh? Yeah, he's been missing for years. Mom spent the rest of her life waiting for him to come back, but he never did. What happened to her? She's dead. Illness. Oh, sorry about that. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's okay. I mean, you've already brought up lots of things you shouldn't have. Heh, kidding, you're not actually that bad. Thanks. And thanks for giving me a chance and letting me come along. No problem. So, was the sister thing real? Is that actually why you're traveling? Yeah, it's real. But what about it? What's your deal? Actually, I kind of want to join that Azakian rebel army. When I was little, my mom told me stories about Paladin Sigurd and his brave allies, and those always meant a lot to me. Lately, I've been hearing about Sigurd's son somewhere in Azak raising a revolution. It just sort of clicked, you know? I knew that's where I needed to be, so I ran out of home and tried to find him. Wow, that's pretty great of you. You know, I think I'll help you out for a while. It's the least I can do for you putting up with me. Okay, partners it is then. Good luck out there, partner. Heh, upbeat as ever, aren't you? I'm going to save here. Just stagger these. And we have a couple of new unit reviews. I'll start with the blue units, but I am also going to talk about the two red ones. So we just got Fee the Pegasus Knight and Arthur the Mage. Fee is one of two flyers in Generation 2. And she's basically the only one who... the Windsword got sent to storage. That's unfortunate. She's basically the only one who is around for a significant portion of time. She's also the only kid who can inherit lances, which means that basically, unless you give Finn the Brave Lance, she basically starts with a Brave Weapon for free. There's no competition for it, which is nice. I don't think her combat is particularly good. We have Claude Fee, so she doesn't have any additional skills, but she has a decent magic growth, which I think is nice, because upon promotion, she'll get extra magic, she'll get staff access, and she can already use the magical swords. I was gonna show off that she had the wind sword, but that got sent to her storage instead, because too many, I believe it's the Slim Lance and Berserk Edge are her default inventory, yeah. So she just got sent too many things and overflowed into storage. This is the crit jab. This is the 71 kill jab that we're sending to Erin. How does she get the Brave Lance? I don't remember her coming with that. It's inheritance. This is a child unit. But she's the only child unit that can inherit lances. So she basically gets the Brave Lance and any other good lances like a crit jab or, you know, if you trained up the Silver Lance or something for free. I guess Altena can get lances, but like if you're waiting until chapter 9 for the Brave Lance, something has gone wrong. So her only competition for getting good lances is Finn, the only reasonable competition. She faces the same problem that Erin does of not being affected by roads means that like her movement is inherently going to be not as great. But, there's a lot more for flyers to do in Generation 2. Even just in her join map, you can see there's these mountains for her to fuck about with, and she's sort of the easiest way to save these villages. But next chapter is a desert map, and there's a couple of villages you want to save. That can be hard to do without her. Then afterwards, there's some mountains to go between and a bunch of forests. And chapter 9 is a big flyer map, where there's several mountains and there's a bunch of enemy wyverns that it can be really nice to have a good trained feet on. Berserk Edge is peak because no one ever gets the Berserk Staff. Well, we're getting the Berserk Staff. Charlo gets it. But the Berserk Edge is cool. It's just part of her starting inventory. It only has a chance to Berserk them, though. I don't really think it's, like, that big a deal because she can just sell it. It's C rank. Like, you can give it to anyone. Fucking Patty can Berserk Edge people. Yeah, I think Fee, her biggest problem is just that, like, she isn't getting road bonuses, and her combat is not so good as to sort of make up for it, but she can do decent magic combat. I think she's one of the better magic sword users. You know, in addition to Leaf and Arthur. And she starts out on a mount. There's a lot for her to do. She'll get Adept on promotion as well, because Falcon Knights get Adept, which is cool. And she'll get staff access and be like a mounted staffer. Because we gave Claude to her as well, she'll get B rank staff, so she can do mounted physic, which is really nice. But the star of the show is Arthur. I think this is one of the best units in Gen 2. Not as good as Seliph, but he's a contender. So he is in a very similar situation to Seliph. In fact, I would say he also has Seliph syndrome, specifically Lewyn Arthur. He starts out with Forsetti, which is a 30 might tome, and he's level 2. So he can use Forsetti as like a bit of a crutch to help his combat out when he's only got the 9 magic. And he doesn't have Pursuit, so he can't double. But he has Critical and Adept, so you can, like, gamble with Elwind if you want, especially if you have a Crit Elwind. We did not go for Crit Elwind, because I thought there were better things to do. But if you have Crit Elwind, he's even better. Even just, like, leaning on Forsetti for combat, it's expensive, which can be a problem, but a lot of Gen 2 units are pretty money self-sufficient, so it can be kind of worth it to spend that money to train him up. Once you do, he becomes basically what Zell wishes he was. Reddit loves to hate on Forsetti. They say it's not good as Setti. Well, you know, Reddit doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm sorry. But sometimes things are popular because they're good. And this pairing is popular because it is very good. Arthur is the best magic unit in Gen 2 because he's the one who has a horse. And so giving him the strongest tome is, you know, just gonna further accentuate him. The problem with the infantry mages, you know, with Corporal, with Sed, with Tinny, with Ahmed, I guess technically, is the same problem all infantry face, without a horse, they are struggling to reach the front lines. Yes, there are jobs for infantry to do, but those jobs are significantly less important than your forward army. And so you want to give your biggest tools to your forward army. I also think that just having a 30 might tome in functionally chapter 1 of the game is super useful. I would say that if there were a way to pass down other holy weapons to any of the chapter 6 squad, you know, if there was a sword you could pass to Ayra's kids, to Ulster or whatever, that would also be the correct choice, just because you give yourself such an advantage over the enemies. And it becomes really, really easy to just pub stomp them and then get to the point where you're promoted. And now that you've promoted early, you continue to have a huge advantage over the enemies. Even in 0% growths, Forseti Arthur was regularly one-rounding Chapter 10 and endgame enemies. He needs the Pursuit Ring in order to double, but like Wrath is guaranteed crit if you're at low enough HP, and then Adept and Critical let you gamble for kills. This is just a really, really fucking strong weapon. And he will sweep through hordes of foes, especially because with Lewyn Dad, he has really high speed, and with a base speed of 30 and a growth of, what is it, 110%? It might be 130 at FE4 Lewyn Arthur. It is 110%, yes. So he is bare minimum getting 28 extra points of speed per level up. His magic growth is a little bit cringe. His magic growth is cringe, but when you have a 30 might tome, that makes up for it. And honestly, 40% magic growth, like, it's not that bad. It's the same as fucking Forseti said. It's the same as said Seti, whatever you want to call it. The Erin Forseti one. FE4 Lewyn said. Because I knew someone was going to bring this up. I'm sorry. No, it is higher than Sed's magic growth. It is higher than Sed's magic growth. Like, I don't know. Arthur is going to hit the kill thresholds you need. He's obviously being trained to use swords on promo. That's the other thing, is he can use magic swords. Like, he does need Forseti to get kills early on. But once you promote him, he can use magic swords and Elwind, especially if you have crit on it. But like the Light Brand and the Wind Edge are very good weapons that you can just give to Arthur and use as your primary combat units, and then only whip out Forseti when you absolutely need the high might and the speed bonus, right? So, I honestly, I think the rise of like anti-Forseti Arthur propaganda stuff is the same as the Rutger haters, right? Where it's just someone sees something popular and decides, well, it must be bad. Therefore, I'm going to work backwards from the conclusion that this thing everyone says is good is actually bad. He can also make money from the arena. Yeah, he can make money from the arena without even using Forseti. Like, just use Elwind, right? Yeah, one of the best units in the game. Like, easy top 3 in Gen 2. I think he's probably better than Ares, but worse than Seliph. But honestly, I can see the 3 of them in any order being reasonable. But those are pretty easily the 3 best units in Generation 2. But we'll talk about Iris when we get to Iris. Iris is also fucking phenomenal. Now the 2 red units, though, right? So Johan and Johalvir, I'm going to talk about them right now because they are an Erin versus Samson. They are mutually exclusive to each other. We are getting Johalvir because of the bidding war. So I'll talk about him first and why he sucks, even though people severely overgas him. So Yohalvir is an axe fighter. He's the only axe fighter in the game. He's level 12. He has like pretty decent base stats, although for a level 12 unit, like when your other people level up, they're going to outclass him quite a bit. The speed is also mostly irrelevant. I guess it affects his onslaught chances, but it doesn't let him double, and his AS is going to be pretty bad. Like, look at this. What is it? 18 weight? So he currently has... I don't know what his chance of onslaughting is. What is it? 16%? Because he uses speed percent, but you have to have a higher AS. He's rarely going to have higher AS than foes. Let's look at the enemies here, right? The generic enemies, right? He has higher AS than the axe calves. He has lower AS than Schmidt. He has higher AS than Danan. And he has higher AS than the Ruffians. So he can actually trigger a cost against quite a few people on this map. As soon as the enemies stop wielding axes, which is going to be next map, suddenly a cost becomes a fucking dead skill slot. And he's just a guy who whacks things with 34 attack. Which is not that high for FE4 Gen 2 standards, right? His growths are not particularly good either. Let me pull them up to remind myself of them. FE4. Yohalvir. So he has a 40% strength growth. That's Oifi's growth. He has a 10% speed growth, 60% defense growth, so I guess he's supposed to be the defensive unit. Yeah, just sort of like a whatever unit. The big thing people hype up is that on promotion to warrior, he gets bow access. Now bows are not good in this game for the same reason that I talked about with Lester, but they are helpful in one specific niche, is that the bow arena is 10% speed, yeah. The bow arena is easier to get through than the axe arena, which means if you want to sort of power level him by sending him through the arena, you can equip a bow and go through, anytime you would face a sword unit, you're facing a bow unit instead, which is a huge upgrade. And anytime you're facing like what would be a brave axe, it's a hand axe. What would be a brave lance is a javelin, those sorts of things. So against foes that have to switch their loadout, you do better. And people hype this up so fucking much as like, but Yohalvir gets bows. He can go through the bow arena. He can go through the bow arena. That's so fucking basic. He can go through the bow arena. Two big problems with that. First, in order to get bows, you already need to be promoted. You need 8 levels unpromoted, struggling with the worst weapon type in the game. Well, second worst, because bows are worse outside of the arena, but axes are the worst for leveling up because they're bad in the real map and they're bad in the arena. You struggle through 8 levels to promote him and get bows, and then, like, we've gone through the training arc struggle now. Are you really power leveling him after promotion? Let's assume that you get him promoted by the beginning of Chapter 8. I think that's a reasonable, well, I think that's a very generous timetable. But if we get him promoted by Chapter 8, he's facing the Chapter 8 arena. FE4 arena enemies. Let's pull up the FE4 arena enemies for Chapter 8. Start out by facing an axe fighter. You're going to be able to beat that whether you have bows or axes. Next up is a Thunder Mage. He's going to struggle against the Shield Ring Thunder Mage, even with bows. Then you face a Paladin, Steel Lance or Javelin. Honestly, Axes might genuinely be better against the Paladin because you have weapon triangle advantage. Then you face either a sword fighter at rank 4 or a bow fighter at rank 4. The sword fighter is definitely a worse matchup, so it takes getting to rank 4 of the chapter 8 arena before the bows are actually useful, and that's assuming we're even able to beat the mage that probably locks him out. Simply get Wrath proc. You do get Wrath as a warrior, don't you? You do get Wrath as a warrior. Wrath is a good skill, and as a sort of defensively focused, like, defense is his best growth, he has 14 defense, and warrior gives a decent amount of defense on promotion. He could potentially Wrath some stuff. That's not a terrible thing for him to do. That still gives him the struggle of, like, being an infantry unit in the game with the largest maps in the franchise, right? He's gonna face the same problems that Serende and Dalvin do, but his combat is worse. Well, not than Serende and Dalvin, but like worse than Larcy and Ulster would be. Maybe worse than Serende and Dalvin once I buy them good weapons, right? Because they use swords. His combat's bad. His movement type is bad. He's just in a very unfortunate situation, and bows do not save him. Because the only time bows are useful is in the arena or against the wyverns in, like, Chapter 9. And Chapter 8, the end of Chapter 8. Which, like, you have other archers, but it is nice to have additional bows. Do you think he's the worst Gen 2 unit? No, definitely not. Like, Tinny exists, Charlo exists. There's worse people than him. Hannibal, nah, Hannibal's definitely not the worst either. Like, Tinny exists, Charlo exists, you know, same argument. But, like, he's pretty bad. The other, like, very, very funny thing is that the warrior promo gains are actually kind of awful. Because the other minor selling point he has over Johan is his base stats are slightly better. You see, Johan only has 15 strength and 12 speed and 12 defense. Great Knight has cracked promotion bonuses. In Zero Growths, Johan just had better stats than Yohalvir after promotion, which is, it's just sad. It's just sad. Because Johan's very disappointing as a unit. Johan, I think, is the perfect demonstration of, one, how strong Paragon is, and two, how much stronger the cast of Gen 1 is compared to Gen 2. Because Johan is, for all intents and purposes, Gen 2 Lex. He has Vantage, he's a bulk-focused, axe-wielding Cavalier. He, if you recruit him, has exclusive access to the Brave Axe, which is also true for Johan, or for Yohalvir, but Yohalvir, like, doesn't make it to the front line so low. In Lex's case, being a bulk-focused Vantage Axe Cav with the Brave Axe was good enough to make him one of the better Gen 1 units. However, that was partially because that was in large part because he had Paragon, and so he could push ahead of the level curve, consistently be over-leveled because he's getting double experience. Which is such a ridiculously strong passive skill. It's hard to overstate just how impactful Paragon is. But I think just comparing Johan's performance as, like, very mediocre filler combat to Lex's performance as just a very dominant physical unit is a good demonstration of that. But I don't think it's just Paragon, because Johan does start at level 12. So he starts with a level advantage over everyone but, like, Oifi. You know, we fed the boss kill to Lester, and he's still level 3. He is very... Paragon Ring Selif is only 8, right? So, like, he's gonna be a higher level than most people for a little bit. So it's not just the absence of Paragon. It's also the fact that Gen 2's cast is, by and large, significantly better than Gen 1. You know, Lex was competing with the likes of Beowulf, Nisha, Alec, And, like, even Finn, before the training arc, is kind of lame. Meanwhile, Johan is already competing with Seliph, who, like, even at level 8, is kind of just blowing him out of the water. He's competing with cracked out Arthur, cracked out Fee. Like, Fee is only level 2 and she's competing with him, right? We're gonna get Ares and Shannon next map. And Johan just can't compare to those powerful units. So he ends up just sort of feeling incredibly underwhelming. He's competing with Yohavier. He already lost that competition. Y'all paid for it. Y'all paid for it. But yeah, he is just competing with much stronger blue units and facing off against much stronger red units. Wind mages and sword units were really only a thing in chapter 4. And before that, he was facing off against like axe and lance units, Lex, I mean. Whereas, like, Johan is gonna face dark mages next map. We're gonna be facing sword and lance units pretty regularly, thunder mages pretty regularly. And he just, like, doesn't have the stats to stand up to the much, much tougher foes of Generation 2. I still think he's better than Johan than Yohavier, because, like, you know, he can actually reach the front lines, right? He can do that sort of bulk-focused vantage role with the Brave Axe. Whereas Yohavier is kind of begging for table scraps. But I don't think either of them are particularly stellar. He's a worse-written character. Everyone says that, but I'll be for real. That is the, you know, that is the meme of, thank you for saving my life. I literally have one line of dialogue. The two of them are both in love with either Larce or Serinde. And that's kind of the entire personality for both of them. Like, yeah, Johan is like a little fuckboy, but like, Yohavier is also just, you know, boring. I don't think either of them are well-written characters, but like, that's because it's an SNES Fire Emblem, right? This supporting cast just doesn't get the opportunities to be fleshed out. I think what we do... I expected the red units to move this chapter, or this turn, and they didn't. So I think we do this. Who's the replacement for Larce? Serinde. Oh! Critical of the Thief Sword! Give me your money! Give me all your money! So this is how Oifi gets his money. And then I think Seliph goes down to here. And... y'all just wait, like, where you're at. And I guess you lot, like, split up. So we can have a healer on each side. Oh wait, I forgot to move them. Alright, well, I don't have the Wind Edge, so I guess we'll Brave Lance. Danny gets her money, which we were there to see it live. Yeah. The way that I get my money is different than the way that Oifi gets his money. Pair Fee with Seliph to make him the Martha archetype. I mean, not to be a shameless fucking shill, but I do have in the description, like, hey, if anyone wants a Gen 2 pairing, like, you can pay for it. And I will mark them down so that nobody, like, is paying for one that has already been claimed or whatever. Oh no, Dermot. Oh, it's not Dermot. It's Tristan, baby. Tristan Gaming. We are Tristan Gaming. Who are the incest pairings? Does anyone know, is Serinde related to Shannon or not? I don't think Serinde is related to Shannon, right? He just saved her life, and so she loves him for that reason? She is not. Okay, so then the only incest pairings are... Well, no, because we don't have Nana either, so Nana Ares isn't there. I think we locked ourselves out of the incest pairings, didn't we? Because the jealousy glitch has been fixed, so no Julia Seliph. And we don't have the child units. Patty Lester. Is Patty Lester? Right. Okay. Because Edain and Brigid. So Edain and Brigid are... Edain and Brigid are sisters. So their kids are incest pairings. So Patty Lester is off limits. And Faval Lana. Yes, Faval Lana. Thank you. Those are the only incest pairings we still have, so those are banned. Lester's only convo are with Patty and Daisy. Well, this is a Kaga game. Oifi's gonna make the Thief Sword critical, right? We're just trying to get some money. Why are those pairings allowed? Kaga game. Kaga's crying right now. Good. Alright, Oifi, I need you to dodge these next attacks. God damn it. He fell off again. He fell off again. Here, we'll give him Selif's leadership stars, and maybe that'll help. This patch allows for Oifi's potential partners to follow him to Chalfie. The old one did not because of a bug. That's good. Unfortunately, it gets rid of Lester's wife, Sigurd. So I still don't forgive it. All of his partners are half of his age. Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing. I personally think that Oifi and Hannibal should not be able to get married in Gen 2. Serenus has a family tree for this game. The only other possible incest pairing is Claude's kids and Sylvia's kids. Well, Claude and Sylvia themselves are an incest pairing also. It's okay for some characters not to get married in Fire Emblem. Try telling that to modern intelligence systems. Alright, now, can Oifi steal $1 billion? Finn can have conversations with Lana and Larse if he's their father. Yeah, the fact that Finn can be the father and husband to the same people, like, I think is an indication that it shouldn't be happening, right? Finn can marry the Gen 2 units? Yup. Hannibal, Finn, and Altena cannot get married? Really? Do they just not have love growths? Damn, perhaps I judged you too harshly, FE4. FE4 love growths. Second generation... You are correct! Damn, misinformation on Danny's part. The Danny misinformation hour. Alright, so we need to recruit Yohalvier. Alright, Machine Gun Lester, do your thing. Would Finn even be a good dad? No. So there are no male units that inherit lances, which is Finn's only weapon type. Okay. We got a dodge tank. I don't trust Dalvan to dodge tank, so we're just gonna physic him. Is Finn Ayra good? He passes Miracle. The other thing about pairing Finn is he loses all of his lances. So, I think it's much better to, like, have him have an actual inventory. But Miracle itself is really good, but it feels wasted on an infantry unit, right? Oh, whoops. Wrong sword twin. Kaga said Claude and Sylvia are cousins. Yeah, but he's lying. They're siblings. Like, he is straight up lying in the dev interview. They are written to be siblings. There's a fucking conversation where Claude says, huh, you look exactly like my sister who went missing when she was 2 years old. And Sylvia says, that's really interesting. I was separated from my family when I was 2 years old. It's not subtle, and Kaga can try to fucking retcon it if he doesn't want to publicly admit that he wrote a story where siblings fuck each other. He said that line was a red herring to scare players. That's such cope, though. Cousins are not much better. It's not. But the other thing is that, like, I'm sorry, the Kaga fans will say, like, it's like the thing where, like, Donald Trump says, I'm not racist, therefore Donald Trump cannot be racist. And it's like, no, Kaga can say, I didn't write a story that encourages you to have siblings have babies with each other. But yeah, Kaga can lie. Like, he's just lying. He's just lying, and that should not be that hard to conceptualize. Are we surprised that an AI bro would stoop to the levels of lying? Surrende. Heh, I guess you finally realize we want to see me, am I right? Look, Ushibara, I know you try to act like you're cool, tough, and uncaring, but I know you're not all that bad. I mean, you made a point of keeping your hands off the innocent all along. I guess I'd rather avoid fighting you if I can. Yeah, I guess. Pushing people around never really sat with me, you know? Not like my brothers. And I'm getting real sick of the Lopter Church running the show here. Alright, all around Isaac, they've been stealing kids, and so I hear killing them all as sacrifices. Dad doesn't even let me so much as speak nicely to stop. I've had it here with him. Surrende, my men and I want to join your army. Just say the word and we're yours, yeah? What? Are you serious? Yushibara, this is... Thanks so much. I guess I was wrong to doubt you for all these years. Sorry. Look, I'm no saint. Way I see it, at least I can atone for everything I've done now. Listen up, men. We're the Liberation Army now. We're fighting in the name of love and justice. What manner of nonsense is this? Alas, for Yushibara has turned his cloak for the rebels. Oh, how his claim to surrender pierces my heart. Then turn your blades on love's foul traitor. So, we have a secret event. Another secret event. If Johan ends turn next to Surrende 10 times, they get a secret event with each other. So that's what we're going for now. Huh? Oh, right, he's green. I'm so used to him being red, I just sort of like default went to attack him. Won't that guarantee they fall in love in the next chapter, then? Will it? I mean, we need to get the secret event. Is that Arthur the Forsetti man? Forsetti Spaghetti Arthur, baby. Are you gonna try to use the crab man? I mean, I don't see any reason not to use everyone. This is a story-based game, like, playthrough after all. So, like, I'm gonna use everyone I can. But, like, don't expect a Yohalvi carry, right? It's trash versus garbage day. If this was Thracia, these green units would have names, portraits, and lore. I think that is, overestimating Thracia by quite a bit. I love that the brother you don't choose judges the other brother for doing exactly what they would have done if Larsai/Serende talked to them instead, right? It's silly.
What in the blazes was this? Just when I thought my son could get more useless, he goes and forgets how to fight. Schmidt, get out of here! Take back my castles now.
Yes, sir. You can depend on me. Also, picking Yohalvir, it gives you like 1,000 less gold, because the enemy is never conquering the Aura Castle. And time for another boss kill for Lester. Oh, what courage to dare challenge! Yucha, the invincible. What honor to be granted death on my blade! Ah, and so I fall, even to rebels such as these. Surrender, oh surrender, our love shall endure beyond the grave. No fair, you just shot me and let him instead of letting me hit you. Another yikes is Owain can marry Lucina. I'm pretty sure they don't get married, right? Can't blame Kaga for that one. Yeah, that is sort of... So, I think that the way that, people talk about Kaga is often, like, reverse auteur theory. Where all of the bad stuff in the series gets sort of shouldered on his blame or whatever. Whereas, like, yeah, he did some like shit bad stuff. Absolutely. But like the modern games have the same problems, right? Doesn't Kaga have a mind control fetish? Every game he made has a little girl get mind controlled. I mean, yeah, every game Kaga made does have, like, the weird little girl gets mind controlled stuff. You know what other games have that, too? Fire Emblem 6, Fire Emblem 7, Fire Emblem 8? No, not 8. Well, Lyon, I guess you could technically say maybe. Not little girl. I've heard people say 8, but, like, questionable demonic possession. Fire Emblem 9? Does Mist get mind controlled? I don't think Mist gets mind controlled, right? So not 9, but Fire Emblem 10. Fire Emblem, well, 11 and 12 are remakes. But Fire Emblem, Awakening with Robin. Not a little girl, but is mind control. And Veil, obviously, is like the big one. Fates, Takumi gets mind controlled. Like, mind control stuff is all over Fire Emblem, and a lot of the times it's directed at little girls. So, like, yeah, there's the icky Kaga of it all, but, like, you know, Kaga didn't write Engage. Does Yune count as controlling Micaiah? I mean, like, kind of. I would say kind of. You know, it's possession. So I'd say kind of, probably. Yeah, kinda. Look, they boxed in that fucking Axe Cav. The poor Axe Cav is boxed in. Three Houses does not have mind control, but Three Hopes does. Right! The Edelgard thing, right? Baby Guard? Is it kind of funny that Yune is just a little brat like that? In FE10, the little girl is the one doing the possession. Yeah, Yune kind of is a little girl, I guess, when you think of it that way. Didn't really think of that, but, like, kind of, yeah. The rare reverse Kaga. If Charlo falls in love with any of the girls, they tease him about how they're basically a little sister because he's like 12. I will be for like 100%. I don't actually think it's problematic for Charlo to get married, even though, you know, he is, as you say, like 12 years old. Because he doesn't have a kid. Like, this is Gen 2, right? The problem that, like, the pairings in Fates have is that it's implied like they're having sex because they have kids, right? Child marriage stuff. I think Charlo, I mean, one, it's, you know, listed as lover, not marriage. But like, Charlo doesn't have kids, right? There's no like, oh, so-and-so had sex with Charlo. Gen 2 is mostly children. And I do think that, like, you know, it's worth acknowledging the sort of child lovey-dovey stuff. That, like, it's a real thing that happens, right? I don't think it's, like, problematic to have, you know, the kids have childhood crushes on each other. He has a high base love stat with Lana because she's around his age. I think it's just because he shows up late, and the late joiners usually have high love stats to make up for the fact they can't grow as often. Tristan is so fucking bad. Tristan is so trash. Tristan, sit back, let a real unit work. Random question, what is your favorite ice cream flavor? I like Oreo. I like coffee. I like some of the fancy ones. God, these guys really want to kill that bandit. I wanted to get Serinde down there so she could steal the bandit's gold, but I don't think that's happening. That one guy, those guys are lost? I think those guys are lost. Look at them. They're lost. They went the wrong way! Their GPS malfunctioned. We must invade the castle, but this is our castle! This is our castle! Well, I guess if the green units aren't gonna let Serinde get that guy's money, we can do that. Remember, even certain colors can be a bit much to store. Alright, we got the choke point. Tristan! Arthur's over there on his lonesome. That's the other thing, is that if you recruit Yohalvir instead of Johan, suddenly Arthur basically has nothing to do this map. Because, like, he's not getting over to the axe caps on time, right? Can you get the hand axe? Yeah, Ribat, the boss, has the hand axe. Or the boss character here, whoever the boss is here, has the hand axe. These guys are so confused. Help! We don't know where to go! If only he had the leg ring. The foot leg. I believe, what is it? This guy drops the hand axe or the brave axe? Schmidt, he drops the brave axe. Okay. Who drops the hand axe? I don't remember who drops the hand axe. But this is Lex's brave axe. It has the kills on it. You just can't see them yet. Which is pretty cool. The hand axe is in the Chapter 7 armory. Gotcha. So I should probably get some gold on Yohalvier. Or, yeah, on Yohalvier so he can afford it, right? So I'll send him to this village. I also forgot... I wanted to send Fee up here. Lana, why did you get strength? That's the Midir Lana experience. That's the Midir Lana experience. She dreams of the day she can be a physical unit. In the FE4 remake, War Cleric will be an option. Oh, Tristan. You existin'. I'd rather leave Seliph here so that the hand axe guys can attack Lester and we can get some Lester experience. Oh, these green units are gonna make things such a fucking pain, aren't they? I want these green units to just die. Oh, they blocked off Lester's attack route. This is so sad. Oh, okay. They can kill the green units. Oh, perfect. I was hoping that they would attack Lester. We could get some kills on him. Cause they can't hit Seliph. So I thought for sure they would go for Lester because they actually have some hit on him. If you got a reward that they all lived. I think that would be awful. I do not like it when Fire Emblem attaches rewards to green units staying alive. Especially when you have like no control over their AI, right? At least yellow units in Path of Radiance, like you can direct them. Green units you've got nothing for. God, if you recruit Jahalvier, Arthur just like has the most sad time at the start of the map. He's got nothing to do. Maybe that's why so many people hate on Forseti Arthur. Is it all the Jahalvier propaganda? Because there's the misinformation about Ayra and Nosferatu that sometimes leads people to pick Jahalvier specifically because they incorrectly believe it's the only way to get Nosferatu. Time for green units to die. I have Midir Arthur once, because he has a bearable magic growth of 25%. Maybe we have different definitions of bearable, but that does not sound bearable. Oh! Okay, now Lester gets some fucking... Now Lester gets some fucking action. Because they can't hit Seliph, so I thought putting Seliph in the choke point would encourage them to attack Lester and get killed. Like, he'll just Brave Bow him down, right? This is the Lester training arc. Lester, I'm going to need you to dodge, though. Can Lester kill Arvis? We did that last time. We did that last time, remember? We suicided everyone into Arvis, and then Lester killed him. Are you kidding me? You get it by 3 33s in a row? Bro! 1 RN moment. They need to oil their blades on green unit blood. Oh, that's the wrong... If only Lester had Vantage like a certain blue-haired father. Lex Lester. But then he wouldn't have Pursuit. You give Lex Lester the Pursuit ring? Now we're talking silly business. Now we're talking silly business. Tanky Lana is beneficial because you let her take hits. I mean, I don't think Lana should be taking hits. But I also think, like, she's fine enough at tanking, like, 1 or 2. We had her tank a couple of hits, and it all worked out. Let's try, we'll be on a different RN string if Seliph never attacks, which also means the green units won't attack. Then maybe Lester can dodge tank a little bit better. Because now we're on a different RN string, right? Okay, we dodged. What are we getting? Speed, defense good. Defense good for our bulky boy. I can't believe I'm training Lester instead of Seliph in Chapter 6. What has happened to this run? When are they gonna make the Danny Doyle archetype? Alright. So Lester lives now. Alright, let's get another Lester kill. Oh, the Brave Boast almost expired. That's some good levels. That's some good levels. You could do this jav. Oh, thank the gods, sire, you're safe. Oifi, glad to see you made it back. What news of the rest of the world?
The Empire's grip is tightening still further, as if trying to choke life from the people. It's inciting doomed revolt all across Junkthro.
So, it's as I thought. It's as if the Empire's tyranny would ever be limited to only Isaac. Oifi, is it feasible to assist them?
Not as we presently stand, sire. We still lack the strength to properly challenge the Empire.
Then what of our present battle, huh? The war for Isaac's freedom has already begun. Turning back now would be impossible.
There's certainly no chance of returning you to hiding, sire, now that your whereabouts have been leaked. Starting the fight now was reckless, but we've no choice but to continue.
Oifi, I'm sorry I let all this happen behind your back, but we had no choice. Even so, I don't think I could have stood letting Isaac suffer under Danan's thumb any longer. I trust you understand, Oifi.
I do, sire. Now our priority is to lay siege on Danan's capital, Rabat, with all due haste. Danan must fall before the Empire can send in reinforcements. We cannot afford to wait.
I should probably check, do we have other talks available right now? Lester can talk to Lana, and Fee and Arthur can talk to Seliph. Okay. You know, the Liberation Army's leader, Seliph? They say he's the rightful heir to Granvale. I bet we'd all have a much better time with him on the throne if that were true, huh? Here, take this skill ring. Go on, do your best. We're all behind you. That way we can try to fucking help offset axe accuracy. Danny, don't take too many turns. There will be reinforcements. Actually, there are reinforcements on this map. I'm not joking. I mean, they work the same way as reinforcements on other maps, basically, though. Squad leaders, there's two different ways you can get reinforcements. One is if a squad leader is injured but not killed, and the other is if too many of their squad mates die. And the squad we're currently fighting, if we kill too many of them, then the leader will retreat and call for reinforcements. Which wouldn't be the end of the world, TBH. for Schmidt to do that. Just because it would get us more Seliph and Lester experience. And I know chat wants me to train you, Javier. Some only retreat if they run out of troops. It's either or. It's either or. It's either there's specific leaders who do it when they're damaged, and there's specific leaders who do it when they're low on troops. And Schmidt does it when he's low on troops. And I believe we actually just pushed him over that threshold now. Okay, Tristan. You know, I've been insulting you, but if you keep leveling like that, maybe I'll insult you a little bit less. Can Tristan get the second Brave Sword? You're making big demands of me. The green units marching to their deaths. They won't even attack the injured one! What fucking fools! That guy has 2 HP! You could have killed him! Oh wait, that was my guy that has 2 HP, never mind. Also, when Retreat AI is triggered, the commander will not attack your guys, even if it would clear a path to the castle. Yes. For instance, Brian retreats if he's badly damaged or has fewer force abilities. Some of them have both. Yeah, you're right. Some of them do have both. For most of them, it's either or, but there are some where it's like they are conditioned to do either. This guy, I believe, only does it on the condition. Yeah, so see him right there? He's going to get reinforcements now. Let's get Lester this gold. We just need to steal a little bit more gold, and then Serinde can actually afford the silver sword. Get that bag, Radney. How many kills does Oifi? 12 kills in just this one map. Okay, Uchibara, go down here. Eventually, Arthur will get to the front lines. I want to pair Azel with Edain for once, but I don't want to neuter Lester's strength. I mean, I will say, as much as, like, Lester has slowly become an icon on this channel, and I think I unironically love using him now, I don't think you're missing out on much if you neuter his strength. Lester is not good. The Serene... Craned Nay? Is that how it actually is pronounced? Oifi is being an EXP thief. He's building crit on the javelin, so we can have another crit jav. I love it for the same reasons I love Robert and Astrid. Well, Path of Radiance Astrid is actually just a good unit. Radiant Dawn Astrid is Lester tier, though. Credney. I'll try to pronounce it right, but, you know, no promises. Bow Knights are a cool class. I like games where Bow Knights are good. I like games where Bow Knights are good. Unfortunately, FE4 is just not one of those games. But I like it when they are. The Safra Axe Fighters are the real EXP thieves because they have 18 might weapons. And now she has enough for the Silver Sword. Lana getting a lot of mileage out of this warp staff. The Fire Emblem subreddit says Robert is only slightly better than Shanam. I think Robert is the worst unit in the game. So I don't think he's slightly better than Shanam. Shanam gives you bargain for the light shop. Like, that's something. That's an actual something, right? It's not much of an actual something, but it is an actual something. Midir, Lester, and Dimna. Is Dimna the Lester sub, right? Are all relatively equal to a foot unit. I disagree. Yeah, I disagree. Should I get a sword? Or do we just keep Jav gaming? I think against these guys, we can just get away with the Jav. What other sword options do we currently have for Oifi? We get the Berserk Sword, that could be kind of funny. I think we just get an Iron Sword. I can probably get away with just the Jav, but the Iron Sword at least gives me, like, an option for triangle or whatever. King Danan's got 3 sons. The oldest, Brian, lives at the old family home in Granville. The younger 2 serve him here in Izak. Yuchar controls Izak Castle, where Yuchibara controls Sofala Castle. They're both kind of an odd sort. They both got this obsession with someone in your army called Credney. Oh, he's squabbling they are. I don't know, though. Neither of them are all that bad, really. Heck, I bet they'd want to join forces with you. Well, about that. About that, huh? Robert is a nod to Robert from BSFE from a design standpoint. The Power of Scrolls, I got Kane to cap his magic. I got a comment on my Thracia tier list about how, like, you're underrating Ronan because I just give him all the scrolls and rely on his, like, 3% movement growth. And suddenly he's just the best thing since sliced meat. And it really, I think it highlights how in games that are, like, on the easier end of the spectrum, and I would say Thracia is on the easier end, especially, like, once you're familiar with it, right? Because a lot of its difficulties just comes from, like, surprise, I gotcha, you fool. You would never have expected this to work this way. Scrolls can save Shanam, only if you can actually crit stuff. Yeah, scrolls save everyone, right? And so in these sort of easier Fire Emblems, it just becomes one of those, like, everyone is viable situations. So we could turn this into a choke point. A 2-tile. I like this one better, though, because Seliph is, like, because we're not on the road. A choke point with no Doga. Ambush spawn Ballistae be like. Well, that's why I say it's easier. It's on the easier end of the spectrum if you are familiar with it. Like, it's absolutely infuriatingly difficult if you're unfamiliar with stuff, right? But once you know that, like, there's gonna be ambush spawn Ballistae once you open all the doors, you don't open the doors with someone who will die to those Ballistae in range, right? It's pretty much difficulty through obfuscation. Yeah, I mean, there are some things that are genuinely, like, difficult in a more fair way, right? But I think the majority of the most iconic difficult moments in Thracia are easy once you are aware of them. Like, Warp Forest just stops being an issue if you have a map. Me waiting 30 turns for Sayas to leave. I think Sayas is one of those things that is difficult even if you're aware of it. Because you joke about waiting 30 turns, but even just staying alive for those 30 turns with his leadership stars active can be like, oy vey. Chapter 22, Sayas lives on turn 40, not turn 30. I thought you were talking about, chapter 17? 17 A route, right? Is that where Saya shows up? Let's let the green units get massacred real quick.
Oh, Lord Seliph, sir. I'm glad to see you're okay.
Is everyone unharmed, sir?
Indeed, and ecstatic to see you to boot. Thanks to you, Lord Seliph, we know that at long last Isaac shall have its freedom.
Thank you, sir, but the effort isn't mine alone. I could never have come so far without the support of the common man. You've all supported me from the beginning. I likely would be here if not for you.
Fate is a funny thing, isn't it, sir? Just 20 years ago, our late king had the utmost trust in your grandfather's wisdom. Then your father came in to protect Prince Shannon, and now the prince has guided you to adulthood. Perhaps fate has bound Isaac and Chelfie as one.
Isaac is the only home I've ever known, and Prince Shannon is like a brother to me. I pray that our friendship lasts the rest of our lives.
Lord Seliph, you are the rightful heir to the House Valhalla and the throne to Granville. Not a soul alive in Isaac, nor in the rest of the world can doubt this. We beg of you, raise the banner of justice high, march on Valhalla, and reclaim your true throne.
Sias is so much worse than said, it's sad. Yeah, it's certainly something, ain't it? And yet there are still people that cope up Sias. I mean, I think the majority of the Sias cope is just based on incorrect information, because I see people say like, oh, well, I'd rather have a warper over a combat unit. But like, Sed is a warper. It feels like he shouldn't be. You know, for the comparison, it feels like he shouldn't be. So I get why there are people who don't think he has it, but like, Sed has A-rank stabs. He's just a stupidly, stupidly good unit. You should have ranged attackers bully him. Yeah, I mean, like, that is sort of the cheesy way to train up Arthur. You can boss abuse him, like, very, very easily. Part of me doesn't want to do that, because I feel like it would not be fun to watch. Although, you know, y'all watch the fucking dodge tank grinding, so who knows at this point. But more importantly, because it feels like it would be more of a, like, especially with the, like, hatred of Forseti Arthur, I want to show the using of Forseti Arthur without abusing either infinite reinforcements or, Danan to level him up. Cause, like, it feels, you know, it feels like a, an undercutting of the, like, this unit being good argument. if your argument is like, this unit is good, just train him up to level 20 by boss abusing, you know, it's the Amelia thing, right? I thought Horsetti was popular. It is, but there's like a bizarrely large, I mean, it's Reddit, right? There's a Reddit pilled movement that's like, for Horsetti's actually bad. Reddit hates this pairing. And it's specifically because people have a hard time separating I like this pairing from a character perspective for Erin and Lewyn. Separating that from like, I like this pairing from a character perspective, therefore it must be strong from a gameplay perspective, right? I think that the inability to sort of separate that is what leads to people saying, like, I'm sorry, said Lewyn is very bad. It's very bad. I got 100 kills with Forsetti Corpore. It was so funny. The green units are suffering. We now must know the sorrow of the common man. Reddit is only good when it comes to weird, obscure issues with games, mods, or smaller communities. Once you reach critical mass, you get counterculture people going crazy. I mean, I wouldn't even say that, like, Fire Emblem... Like, I think Fire Emblem's still a fairly niche fandom, right? But I agree. Although, I say, like, I mean, I use Reddit more derisively. But I get comments on, like, my YouTube all the time that are like, Horsetti is really bad. Anytime that there's a conversation about FE4, the comment section is just like, Horsetti's actually really bad, you're fucking stupid. Oh, whoops, I forgot to get Nosferatu. Kaga's turn wheel right there. Oh, does she have to talk? Yeah. Okay. Are you feeling alright so far, Julia? Thank you, Lord Seliph. Actually, I have something for you. I found this in Isaac Castle. What is it? It's a light tome called Nosferatu. You can wield these, yes? Yes. I'm able to use light magic. Excellent. Hopefully you'll now have an easier time protecting yourself in combat. Thank you, Lord Seliph. Thank you so much. And the thing is, like, right? FE4 is such an easy game. You can stomp through it, like, without much trouble, using the bad or suboptimal or however you want to phrase it pairings. So, like, if you like Erin Lewyn from a gameplay, from a, like, story perspective, more power to you. Do that pairing every single time if that's how you want to do things. Like, go off, right? My thing is, like, when we're having a conversation about, like, who's the best, either, like, just a for fun, you know, debate, viability, tier list, whatever, or someone asks for advice, then at that point, I think it is valid to be like, well, this is the good ones, this is the bad ones. And said Lewyn is the worst. It's probably, is it worse than Hawk? I don't think it's worse. I think it's probably worse than Hawk, actually, yeah. Because it's gonna struggle, like, it's still on average. Actually, let me check. I think on average it still reaches the important thresholds. FE4 said. Oh, it would be Lewyn said. Lewyn said 30. Hold, rebel scum! King Danan has decreed that you will go no further. Holy Schmidt. Holy Schmidt. on average, Sed does not actually get enough magic to silence the important targets. With Lewyn as a father. The mod squad is a bit annoying. Horsetti helps with that squad, but honestly, that's about it. Arthur still needs to have needs a promotion to have 9 move, while the horse juggernauts do not. Well, what horse juggernauts other than Ares? Like, unless we're saying Oifi, who I do not think scales well into the late game. Leaf needs promotion to get 9 move. Seliph needs promotion to get 9 move. And Arthur needs promotion to get 9 move. What horse juggernauts are we referring to? Like, certainly not Dermot, right? I think that in Gen 2, the majority of your carries, they need to reach promotion to get their mounts. That is the big advantage that, Ares has, is he just starts mounted. And that's why he, I think, is also one of the, like, the big 3. Like, Arthur gets the perpetual 1-2 range no matter what weapon he's using, and hitting on res. Seliph is obviously all the good stuff about Seliph. And Ares starts out mounted. I think Beowulf Dermot is kind of basic. You just get another Beowulf. Yeah, and I mean, anyone who was here for my unit review of Beowulf knows how I feel about Beowulf in Gen 1. So, like, Beowulf versus the Gen 2 enemies is kind of laughable. Seliph is usually the horse juggernaut. But, like, so if we're penalizing Arthur for needing to get promoted to have horse movement, which I agree is a downside, like, we do penalize him for, why does that same not apply to Seliph? He has an easier time getting to EXP to reach promotion. I mean, I think if you recruit Johann instead of Johalvir, Arthur has a squad of enemies that are pretty easy for him to fight. And again, if we give him Forsetti, he can just kind of use gold to delete enemies and then use arena to get gold. Azel Dermot has the niche of magic swords. Nah, that's a fucking lie. I gotta pull the bot up. FE4, Azel Dermot. 42% magic growth. He has a lower magic growth than strength. Arthur needs to get promoted to get a horse, and the map design keeps EXP away from him, but Seliph needs a promotion to get EXP, but he can actually reach the sources of EXP needed in a timely manner to do so. I agree that it's easier to promote Seliph than Arthur, But I think you're understating, or I guess overstating, the gap between them. Lewyn and Tailtu start at 120, gain 3 per turn, and it takes 380 points to fall in love. This means they need to spend a minimum of 48 turns if they spend every turn adjacent. Ain't no way if you care about turn count. But why do we care about turn count? Why do we care about turn count? I'm not doing a ranked run, I'm not doing an LTC. So why do we care about turn count? Or is this like the efficiency propaganda? Like, they're both infantry units, so it's not a tall ask for them to be standing next to each other, because I don't think that they, like, are doing much on the battlefield. I also know that, like, I've seen a couple of ranked runs, and I believe all of them did the Arthur Tailtu pairing, so it's also like, because turns are by far the easiest of the 3 thresholds to reach. I love Selif's unpromoted crit animations. Because turns are by far the easiest way... Or, not the easiest way, the easiest of the 4 thresholds to reach. Alright, y'all. You paid for this. You paid for this. Get ready. He accosted! He stole that kill from Oifi. That was gonna be another javelin kill. Oh, this is so sad. But like, because the turn count in ranked is the easiest of the, let's be honest, 3, even though it's technically 4, but 3 thresholds to reach, oftentimes you are willing to spend those extra turns both to get experience and just to get pairings. Alright, we just have Danon left, right? Let's get a little bit of chip. Like I say, I've only seen, like, what, 3 ranked run playthroughs? Just, like, one's up on YouTube. And all of them got Lewyn Tailtu. Let's be honest, who plays for ranks? I mean, when I talk about pairings, I'm not talking about for ranks. But I also think that, like, it is worth acknowledging that ranked is a way of playing the game that is not only popular amongst some people, but also is, like, it's not a fan-made challenge run, right? It's not like LTC, where there's not anything in the game that points you towards it. The game does have a set of criteria, and it says, this is what we are ranking you on. I think it's valid if you want to discuss how units work under that criteria to do so, you know? I don't doubt the pairing can work on a ranked run, but I don't think it's ideal. What do you think are the ideal ranked run pairings, then? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Because I think, you know, if we're going for the experience ranking, right? Ced's experience is free, because he has staffs. So he doesn't need a good dad. Corporal's experience is free because he has staves. So he doesn't need a good dad. Arthur does not get staves. So you want to bolster his combat out of the 3 magical units. And the best way to bolster a magical unit's combat is to give them access to a 30 might tome in Chapter 1. Which Chapter 6 is functionally Chapter 1. Isn't Lex Sylvia best ranked? It's debatable. I think that's where most people currently are at. Because the idea is that you get 20 experience per dance instead of 10, which is a big deal when it comes to the experience ranking, especially since, well, especially since Corporal doesn't have Paragon. It's Charlo who has Paragon. And so it also gives Paragon to Corporal, which is a big deal too. So yeah, I think Lex Sylvia is like one of the more commonly done Lex pairings. It used to be Lex Ayra, just because the Sword Twins also getting Paragon to get more arena gains. Which like isn't terrible. Don't overtrain Tristan and Dalvin before Chapter 7. Oh, don't worry. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. There's no chance of that. They are nowhere near level 10. But we should probably get this secret event before I forget about it. We'll finish that one up next map. Broke, use this map to train Seliph. Woke, use this map to train Oifi's Javelin. What is the epic secret event? If Johan and Serinde wait next to each other 10 times, you get a secret event. Sylvia, Claude, what do you do? It gets you Valkyrie on Charlo. I made a thread on Serena's Forest. Is this for ranked run? Edain, Midir, Ayra, Holin, Lachesis, Beowulf, Sylvia, Claude, Erin, Lewyn, Brigid, Jamka, Tailtu, Azel. Is that for ranked? Are those your recommendations for ranked? That is what I thought at the time, although I'm probably talking out of my ass. I think that's actually a pretty bad recommendation for ranked. Bearing in mind that I myself have not done ranked, right? So, you know, there is a little bit of like that there. The thing that most immediately jumps out to me is no Lex pairing, which means wasting Paragon, which is not only casually the most powerful skill, but also easily gets even more important in a ranked context due to the fact that experience is, so important. Pitiful rebel fools. Don't you dare underestimate the glory of the Granville Empire. I also think, you were mentioning the map isn't super well set up for Arthur. But even if you don't get Yohalvir's squad, just sending Arthur down this way and letting him fuck up Danan is basically the freest way to train Arthur on this map while everyone else is on the right-hand side. So, you know, I disagree that, you know, obviously he can fight Yohalvir's bandits, but he also is just in the best position to take advantage of Danan. Okay, well, Wind he heals off. Can he heal off Elwind? I put Lex at A or B with most mothers. I just don't think he's the best one for most of them. I think he's the best one for Sylvia, and arguably the best for the Sword Twins. I mean, he's better than Holland for the Sword Twins. Both casually and in a ranked context. Okay, are you gonna heal up? Because I don't want you to heal up. I want to actually kill you. I don't want to just boss abuse. No, okay, so we can kill you with Elwind. Awesome. Oh, I thought I had return on you. Well, let's send Lana to one of these villages then, get her some money. It's all about the money. My favorite is with Ayra and Du. I have to evaluate. I favor Jhualin for passing swords directly to Sakath. Yeah, I think, like, obviously, Lex Larse is gonna benefit more than Lex Ulster. But I think that, you can still pass down, like, the shitty bolt sword and silver blade. If you care about, like, you know, getting swords on Ulster. And he can buy an iron sword, although that's annoying because it, like, costs him a turn of going backwards. Let me make sure I'm doing this secret event right. The Power of Love. Yohalvir waits next to Radney more than 10 times. Yeah, okay, so it is chapter 6. So I am doing it right. I love Big Shield. It's my favorite skill. Hey there, you're Lord Seliph, right? Indeed I am, and you, miss? Call me Fee. I'm from Celeste. Celeste, you say? Are you a Pegasus Knight, then? No, not yet. I'm still in training. My mom was one, though. Actually, in that big war years ago, she helped Lord Sigurd out as an army. Is that so? She has my utmost gratitude on my father's behalf. Now, what brings you here, Fee? See, what happened was, I was looking for my brother who ran away ages ago, but then I heard about you, sir, and how you're taking on the Empire all by yourself, and I just knew I had to be here too. Can I join your army, sir, please? Certainly. Thank you. What of your brother, though? It's silly, sir, but I have this feeling that we're gonna run into him somewhere down the line. Alright, and turn. My favorite for Ayra is with Do. Do Ayra can be fun, although I don't think it's great. Mostly because I just don't think her kids are like bulky enough to really make good use of Soul. But it's fun, I've done it before. Fee snuck a look at the game's script. It's for bargain. It's essentially Paragon in the arena once they hit 20k. That's true. That's true. And like, as infantry units, they are very much doing most of their combat in the arena as opposed to anywhere else. Ooh, aren't you from that Liberator's army? Glad to see you making a stand now. This is great news. With y'all around, we finally got a shot at making the Imperial cowards run out of here with their tails between their legs. For the same reason as Lex Sylvia, Lex Brigid can be pretty alright. In a ranked run, because it lets Patty get more experience by giving gold. But I think Sylvia is generally a better, like, use for Lex. Hey, knock it off! I don't want you hovering around me like a lost pup. It's irritating. Oh, I just thought I should protect you. Ugh! Anyway, that's the secret event. Oh yeah, 20 EXP from dancing or stealing is great. Yeah. Or like donating. Which I guess is basically, like, donation is basically this game's version of stealing. My favorite cell of pairing from a story perspective is Lana. Yeah, Lana's pretty cool. I mean, we memed around with Lester, but I think we did pretty cool here. Especially considering the fucking substitute nation. Strength, he's no longer weighed down by wind. Strength does not negate weapon weight in this game. I love Great Shield! Best skill ever! How much harder is the game with subs? I've never done a full substitute run. I've never done a full substitute run. But I imagine not like that much harder. You still get Eris and Seliph, two of the best units in the game. You still get Oifi and Shannon, who are like good crutch characters. Hawk is like pretty good. More reliance on Eris. I mean, we love to see more reliance on Eris. Eris is awesome. Leaf and Seliph get to inherit everything. So that is a little bit like... Cause it's interesting, right? Anything that doesn't get inherited gets dropped. So like this guy has a thief sword that he'll never equip because he drops the thief sword if you don't pass it down, right? Which reminds me, with the extra void, maybe? Maybe with the extra void? There's some exceptions, like the knife ring and the safeguard. Yeah, generally it's like... Oh my god, okay. Maybe what we do is we burn this RN with wind so we don't kill, even if we get a adept. Because I want to steal his money. That's why I got her the thief sword. She big on my shield. I love big shield. Best skill ever! Okay, we get his 5,000. We did it. Julia has Nosferatu. Yes, she does. Although, I feel like I need to clear up the misconception. Nosferatu and Johalvir are not inherently linked to each other. You can get Johan and Nosferatu very easily. In fact, I would argue no matter what direction you go, it's easier to get Nosferatu because you don't have to send Seliph all the way to the west to get Aura. But we do also have Johalvir. The smiley face. Arthur, can you get this kill, please? No big shield. Thank you. No big shield? Yes! Okay. I was sick of being here. Ugh, Lord Arthur's my liege. Alright, Arthur can basically go through the arena to get stuff. So do we think Lana, maybe? The other option is Yolhalvier. What's the Brave Axe and Hand Axe cost? Like, how much gold does he need for both of them combined? Oifi, FE4, Brave Axe. 8,000. FE4, Hand Axe. 3,000. Alright, he needs one more village then. Yeah, let's send Yolhalvier to a village. And then we have 2 more. Oh, Julia! Julia needs a village. Because she can buy staves. Yeah, you got plenty. I think Lester could probably use one as well. Okay, so Yolhalvier. Because we can give you a physics staff. Although, honestly, we don't need to. Okay, I think we send Lester to help repair the Brave Bow. Can get this one. I've been hearing a lot about how the Empire's been hunting kids all those other countries. Thanks to you lot, Isaac is free from the Empire at last. But the rest of the world's still in a really dark place. All across Judgecrow, they're waiting for Lord Selif to rise up and defeat the Empire. Please, I'm begging you. You gotta make it to Grandvale soon. And then we will send... Yeah, I think Yolhalvier gets... Yolhalvier gets this one, and Julia gets this one, I think. Yolhalvier Gaming! I appreciate the voice acting. I'm done for the night, but thanks for the gameplay and discussion. Yeah, I'm also like we're gonna shut it down after this chapter. But thanks for hanging out. Just getting these villages now, and then we'll have the closing cutscene, and then you know we'll be done with chapter 6, and we'll be ready for our epic journey into the desert. And we have quite a few cool and interesting units to talk about. So he's gonna get 3,000 off of that. Honestly, I think Yolhalvier can get the smaller village and Julia can get the larger one. Every last citizen of Isaac believes and trusts Lord Selif. We owe his family dearly for how his father long ago rescued and helped raise our Prince Shannon. And this, honestly, lore-wise, this is Yolhalvier's village, right? I mean, it's not his village, but it's the one he starts near. So I'm gonna say it's his village now. Prince Shannon is our beacon of hope for Isaac's future. Once he returns with his divine blade Balmung in hand? Well, those evil Imperial Stods won't stand a chance at all. Every last one of them will be run right out of our great land. And that's all of them, ain't it? Quick team check-in. Lana at level 9, because she just, like, spammed warp this map. Seliph a lower level than he usually is, because I spent so much time just, like, training Oifi. That's where we're at, though. Oifi and Lester stole so much experience. A job well done, Seliph. Thanks to you, Isaac is free from the Empire's grip. Lewyn, are you already finished in Leonster? Yeah, I only just got back now. Look, Seliph, are you aware that right now this world's at a critical turning point? No, I'm afraid I'm not. It's been a difficult 15 years since Arvis conquered Judcroll and united it as the Grand Vale Empire. Honestly, for a while at first it wasn't that bad. The Empire's dawn, Arvis sought to bind this nation using only strictures of law. Sure, it was strict and constraining, but we got a good few years out of peace of it. But obviously, he changed his mind a few years back, as if by magic. The Empire turned to that oppressive force we all know and love today. Even worse, the ancient heretics of the Lopter Church have arisen from the shadows once more and raised influence across the land. Their murderous rituals have returned them with them, and all across Judcroll they abduct children to sacrifice in droves to resurrect their fell god. All attempts to resist the Empire have been crushed and met with brutal executions or enslavement. It couldn't be plainer that they seek to return Judcroll to the days of brutal control by that ancient abomination, the Lopterian Empire. This cannot be happening. I've heard all the rumors saying the same, but never did I think they could be even more than rumors. By the look of it, Isaac hasn't had it quite as bad as most. Danan's 2 sons, at least, refused to follow through on the child hunts. Of course, there's always been people trying to rebel against the Empire, left, right, and center, but they were all scattered and disorganized. Before you, none have even posed a proper threat to the Empire. They were all swiftly crushed before they could so much as blink. Judcroll desperately needs a savior, and it needs a man to unite behind in the name of liberty. And I'm pretty sure that man is you, Seliph. You're the only one who stands a chance. Hold on a moment. Are you sure of this? A savior would require power I sorely lack. Chalk it up to duty, Seliph. You're the eldest child of Empress Deirdre. That makes you the elder brother of her crown prince Julius. You're the one true heir of St. Heim. Your destiny is to unite the power of the Crusaders of this era and free the world from its evil grip. But trust me, you really do have what it takes. Your true potential sleeps within you. That is the power of Crusader Baldur. Once you get your Holy Braid Tearfang, not even the heavens will be able to stand in your way. Sorry, Seliph, but that's how the gods will it. You're Sigurd's son, the son of a man whose fate led to a brutal end. The fulfillment of his dying wishes and his final quest falls to you. You can't afford to go doubting yourself now, you understand, Seliph? Yes, I do. If this is fate and the will of the gods, then so be it. I will do my duty. There actually isn't a single absolute fate, nor is there just one person it all hinges upon. As obtuse as that sounds, trust me, one day it'll make sense. Sigurd left behind so much to help you on your quest. Most importantly, the many friendships he forged in his life. Me, for instance. Brave youths from all over are already lining up to join your cause, all guided by Sigurd's kindness. My father won the love and trust of so many people, from all walks of life. I can only pray that in time I'll prove my worthiness to his legacy. You'll be fine. Anyway, to business. Our immediate goal now is to reach Leonster. So the son of Quan, your father's closest friend, raised his own rebellion, only to suffer severe losses. He's pretty in urgent need of backup. I know you've had no time to rest, but we need to get going as soon as possible. For now, at least, we can leave Isaac in the care of its citizens. Odds are we'll run into Prince Shannon on our way. Understood. And that is Chapter 6! And to give you a look at, I think, the best map in the game, Chapter 7. Because this really takes advantage of the big map situation. Sneak preview for next time. So we've got multiple things going on just to start out. We have Selif's army has to deal with dark mages who are pretty threatening. 20 might tomes, 31 attack, hits on res. These guys can be a pain in the ass. At the same time as that, Leaf and our favorite substitute unit, Jean, and our favorite unit, Finn, have to deal with the armors and the bandits going crazy bananas. And yes, we have a critical light brand. Yeah, they fly now. And then at the same time as both of those, we have these guys chasing down Shannon and Patty. And then this guy is on a timer before he gets a siege tome. And once we take care of that, we're gonna have to fight on multiple fronts down here when we get pincer attacked by these two. Well, technically not these two. It's this guy and this guy will pincer attack us. Because once we conquer this castle, this one opens up, but also this one opens up. So we get pincered attacked when we're down here. But yeah, this chapter's really good. Next chapter's really good. I think those are the two best maps in the game. Chapter 2 tries to do big maps really well, but I think it fumbles. This map, I think, is really, really well done. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, though. Good night, everyone.